All right. Hi, everyone. Today is going to be a fairly where the party has finally turned to Mordan after much trial and tribulation, kick off their shoes, claim their reward, now are at full liberty in a port town full of trade, mystique. So spend it at people. So, some of them have formulated shopping lists, others have not. There is no right way to do this because whatever the case, if you guys want to get anything, you're gonna have to go out and find it, and that's gonna be half the session. Because, one of you was already. He is currently not here. Hiking trip family. He got to meet one of the shopkeepers, specifically good old Indy, running the house of it.
A morbidly tall halfling, yes.
I would go say cursed.
Yeah, a cursed.
A quadling.
A
Yes,
quad.
the quadling, yes, with the proportions of Mr. Incredible / Wreck-It Ralph. I believe, because Mallory missed that bit, or may have left shortly after. You remember about Indy, Mallory? You there for that?
No, I wasn't there for that.
Flick, in a fit of pique, visited the House of Inn, which is a curio shop. House of Inn. Curiosities big and small. As the sign put. The House of Inn is a curio shop run by a halfling who it is a collection of various bits and bobs he's happened across in his travels and that people have brought to him. Once upon a time, while he was on his home island down towards the southwest, sandwiched somewhere between Titan's Arm and the Gansrich Isle, he found a ring buried in the sand, and, curious sort, he put it on his finger. Next thing he knew, he'd grown to the size of a giant, with shoulders as broad as a barn, but with none of the strength or coordination that he hoped to find with a body that big. He found himself quickly exiled from the island because they couldn't get the ring off. He was too big to live in a hobbit commune island, so he found his way eventually to Mordan, where he took all of his belongings and, as he put it, I believe, share some of his curios. Anybody have? Make a fair trade. Nobody actually knows about this yet because he's not shared this with the group, but it was one of my a fond.
I see.
So, to continue to set the tone, people had ideas for what they wanted. Who would like to go first?
I would say probably go with the people that might be together first, if they're going to a similar location at least.
Okay, as I remember, Siren and Karya went to weapon shopping.
They didn't want to go first, though.
True. I'm just thinking
Yeah,
of
I'm
what
currently- Currently the child is resting on her head, but she'll be done soon.
Aw,
The little baby taketh all.
little baby hat. Okay, so let me go from left to right. Chico, where did you? I believe you
First
wanted
things
to hit
first.
Yeah.
Nope. I want to go to what was it called specifically? The overflowing Librum.
Ah, yes, the bookshop.
Yep.
Run by a good-natured, neighborly. Okay. Vark, did you want to join her?
I intended to go to the branch of the Society Quadracta first, but yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. Do you want to prioritize going to the society branch, or do you?
I don't think there's any large time restraint, so no, I don't need to go there right away.
Okay.
I can come with.
All right. That is two people going to the bookstore. Shop. Mallory, you have a shopping list you wish to see, as well as a very interesting idea. Spend your youth. Hollow.
Who, me?
It's you. How would you like to start off your shopping trip?
Well, by shopping, if you mean seeking out a potential coven, then yes, that's
You have a date by the riverside. Okay. In that case, it sounds like we have one pair. In which case, Chico and Vark. Store. So, following directions given to you by Sergei, that be Stanislav's, when you're inquired with, as Stanislav is still busy catching up with and getting some of the details from Scout and closed door. It is Sergei's job to give you guys accurate directions and point you in the direction of the shops you wish to visit, as well as anywhere else in the city which you might wish to see. Because there's more than just shops here. It's a thriving merchant district, specifically positioned right by the wall. He
I see.
directs you to a district on the east end. One place, it is a place that's a little more saturated with the more well-to-do empire. This is where a more cluster of the gated houses tend to be. Not far from where Stanislav's home. Though the housing around that area is visibly larger. The structures are, well, to say that they mirror their inhabitants would be accurate, because they loom just as much as the people on the street. In a very Tim Burton-esque way, they loom over the houses, and they menace, I think, would be the best way to. They have Gothic architecture, gargoyles, spikes along the top, and very much exactly what you would expect from a city of vampires. And it seems the more wealthy they get, the more grandiose the housing gets, and the taller. Weirdly enough, the thinner houses seem to be, as if to mimic the tall, gaunt nature, just imposing vampires. There's a deliberation in this architecture here. Close to one of these residential sections, nestled like a smaller gargoyle, or perhaps a bat sat between two large stone gargoyles, is a small shop positioned between two large manors. The shop itself is shingled with roof tiles. The front facing of the housing is beige with accents of rusty red, looking almost like a cottage caught between two masoned edifices. And hanging above the front door is a simple swinging sign, open book, and a butterfly fluttering out from between the pages, which underneath it says in some sort of shining embossment the words, "The Overflowing." So it is, the two of you find yourself making your way from Stanislav's house, making your way between the robed, skull-masked inhabitants of Mordan along the sidewalk and past tight alleyways. You find yourself here, in front of the promised store. Through the front windows, of which there are two larger windows that poke out of the front facing as display windows, in which there are easels, I suppose, holding particular books that seem to be the shop owner in particular seems to want to put on display. Books on biographies of well-known individuals, newest publishings of academic works, and even even what looks to be a book of fantasy fiction. So, I turn over agency to you two.
Well, Vark, I appreciate you joining me on this venture. It seems we've reached our destination. Would you like to go in?
That is why we have come here, yes. After you.
Ready so. Thank you. I guess I shall take the lead. We enter.
Okay. The door pushes inward, and there's a light jingle of a bell as the door pushes, and there's a rush of warm air. Contrasts heavily with the slight chill of the air outside that just seems to pervade with a light mist that always gathers at the feet of the people of the city. Here, the mist drifts somewhat inwards, let in by the door, and you're buffeted ever so gently by a warm gust. The door then swings shut behind you. Standing in a well-lit, not grandiose, but still spacious bookstore, with every wall is a shelf. Every shelf is crammed, true to the store's name, with books of all kinds. There are tables and islands and display pieces with books of all kinds. You see even sketches and artwork, and a bust at one point sat as a centerpiece on one of the tables. Whoever runs the store obviously did not want to leave any space undecorated.
My, what a very well decorated place. I can see a lot of effort's been put into this place. But judging by the surrounding architecture, it makes sense. Wouldn't you agree, Vark?
Ark looks around for a little bit, and as usual, his expression is unreadable. Very much a poker face of some kind. And eventually he just says, I don't much care for it. We're here for books, not decorations.
Right, that's... Oh, you first? Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, the shop itself, you are not alone in here. It is not empty, and it seems the place, much to Stanislav's credit, is well regarded, as there is a steady stream of people. At any one time, there's maybe 3, 4, 5 other people here in the shop, browsing, perusing, picking books off the shelves, flipping through them, placing them back, or even tucking them under their arm and reserving them for go to the register. Mixed in is there's the typicals. There are the vampires, obviously, and as here in the shop, some of them have taken the liberty to pull down or pull off their gilded skull masks and remove their top hats or hoods so that they can let their hair down. And it's astounding what kind of effect that has on them with the candlelight from the chandeliers above that contrasts their pale skin, now that they're no longer masked and their heads covered. Many of them ponder these books in in a wistful manner. And there's more than a few vampires here just paging through some of the books. And they don't move. Well, they don't shift from their spot where they're giving their perusal for several minutes at a time. More than a few elegant-looking, gentle ladies and gentlemen. Of various backgrounds. Of one of them, you even see a bugbear. With a very obvious, overstated canines protruding out from over his lower lip. Yes, continue.
You are very right, Mark. We are here for books, nothing more, nothing less. Let's get going. Let's find the person who runs this place, shall we?
Very well. And is there some kind of counter in the store?
On several occasions, you see customers bring their books to just what looks like a counter space at the very back of the store, behind which there is a staircase that goes up, as well as what looks to be a cellar door which goes down. Behind that, you see stationery of all kinds. You see a stack of what you think is wrapping paper and coils of twine. At the counter itself, serving one taller, silver-haired vampire gentleman, is a girl who you might otherwise never expect in a city like this. You would more expect her out of one of the many young fiction stories you sometimes found buried away in your master's home. The kind where it paints the image of a doe-eyed romance between a young prince and a comely farm girl. In this case, the girl at the counter would be the spitting image of that. She is healthy. She is somewhere in the taller range. Her hair is flaxen and it comes down in a bushy, curling, golden ponytail, which is charmingly thrown over her shoulder to come down over her chest. Her blouse is pristine white. She's dressed in what you think is some sort of dirndl almost, and a understated forest green dress that comes down to the floor, and a smattering of freckles across her face. Everything about her just screams, this is a very cute girl. Could I get a sense motive from either of you?
Absolutely.
Either or both.
Both. Either of you.
Oh, look. Draco's found a new love interest. Joking.
She switches so quickly.
No, not my cup of tea. Wow, you guys made such
you
an
prefer
assumption
them.
so
You
fast.
prefer them. You prefer them in more the hardwood edition.
All right, track.
Oh, damn it, Addy, I had a joke. I was gonna say, shit, fine, I'll wait. It wasn't funny, I guess.
You both have 15 and 17. There's something that scratches at the side of your mind that tells you she's pretty. And it strikes you that's a very deliberate sales tactic in a place as cutthroat as Mordan. You don't just put a pretty girl at a countertop in a city filled with vampires. That's how you get Bram Stoker fiction. Or Vampire Diaries, or whatever you want to draw as your inspiration. You can only think that something is up here, and whatever it is, it helps sell books. Anyway, yes, she is currently packaging up a stack of 3 books in parchment paper and wrapping it in twine, before then delicately placing it in front of the vampire gentleman, accepting a small pouch as payment, emptying it into what looks to be a lockable coffer box, handing back the empty pouch, and then wishing him with a smile that just lights up the already brightly lit room, as you almost see a ghost of a smile on the older vampire gentleman's face as he bids her adieu. He floats past you out the front door, pulling up his gilded half-skull mask and placing his top hat, silken, as is almost immediately evident atop his head, and he, like a shadow, is out the door and gone.
Well, shall we stand in line?
Say that again, please.
You're good.
I think he asked you to say again.
Yes.
Wait, he has to do what again?
He asked you to say again to repeat yourself.
Please
Oh.
repeat what you said.
Sorry. Well, shall we stand in line?
I'd like to browse first, if you don't mind. Go ahead.
Alright, thank you very much. She, what's the word? Breaks off? Yeah, breaks off. Breaks off from Varkin. Just gets in line. Because this is the first time in the shop, has no idea where anything is, so.
Okay. For Yucheko, it's easy enough if you want to go up to the front desk to the desk. There are a couple folks in line. It will take you a bit, but she's relatively quick with her pace and doesn't take too long servicing the customers. Mark, you're browsing. Looking for anything in particular, or are you just spine surfing?
Fine surfing for now, though I have something specific in mind later on.
Okay. Well, you see some interesting titles. You see published works from well-established names you recognize from all the shelves in your master's library. Was it decorated the walls and the bedside tables of her tower? Some in much better condition, some in far older and far worse condition. Obviously, this is as much a new bookstore as it is a secondhand bookstore. City of Vampires, secondhand fiction is a very common and very old tradition.
Is there a fan fiction section?
Aaron, back off.
Press your need to fangirl for one moment, blah blah blah. But yes, there's a section for fiction, and it's not as ignored as you might think from the snooty aristocrats of the city who like to turn their noses up at something so frivolous and unfactual. It's would come as no surprise to some of us that vampires, at least some, can be terrible, hopeless romantics, especially being so long divorced from their living days and wanting to recapture those feelings. So, you do discover a small corner of penny dreadful smut fiction that I believe Vark would probably very quickly just ghost over after looking at it.
Oh my, how scandalous. Anyway.
Yes, exactly. There's other fiction sections. There's from like this is the more unknown territory for you because Lydia didn't keep much in terms of fiction in her library. What she did keep was something weirdly enough on the more child-friendly side. She even kept stashes of it in a trunk. So the tower. Though weirdly enough, most of those books were completely untouched. The books you find are on the a little more adult side, obviously, but there are books that cater to younger audiences. You also find more sections that are just biographies, autobiographies, academic texts, theses, and those run the biggest gamut, and many of the names you recognize. And some of the ones you recognize the last names, not the first names, and that either could mean ancestors or descendants of authors. Speckled in a couple of the sections on magical and planar theory, see one name you recognize as being far too hard to articulate. Under the pen name of Lydia Van Nye. Primarily, those texts are on the deep dives of studies and peerings into far-flung planes and theses on how to establish lasting connections with them.
You couldn't see it, but I just emptied my entire cup of coffee in one go.
I
Okay,
was wondering why the silence.
cool. All right. Buying that book. Anyway,
Okay.
moving on now.
So,
So,
you
the work suppresses an almost excited or nervous, maybe even, twitch of his fingers as he recognizes the name immediately.
it would
And
also
then
be different.
Carefully removes the book
Hmm.
from the shelf.
Of all the things and all the many books that were kept in the Rose's Tower, the only thing that was never there was any book written by herself. So you reach up, slide the book out from between the other books around it. It's that familiar pressure. You just have to dig your finger in at the top of the spine just a bit. Clench your fingers around the side. Yank. Books to the side, cave inwards slightly. Fill the depression where ones were so tightly squeezed between them. And you're holding hard paperback, a paper wrapped but hard-backed copy. Lydia Van Nye's thesis on bridging interdimensional gaps, establishing peaceable relationships, or peaceable relations with those that live far.
What condition is the book in?
Obviously, when you crack it open, there's some pages that have been dog-eared. The book itself, the spine, the binding, stitching, the gluing, excellent condition. Whoever had this, despite disrespecting the pages slightly by bending the corners, obviously kept this in it, possibly even magically conditioned environments in a magically conditioned library, because there's no signs of water damage, no signs of heat or temperature muddling. The glue is still perfectly on. This was obviously careful.
Okay. Good. Perfect.
Step away for 1 second.
Yep.
Shouting.
I'm so
Fine, okay.
Listen, sometimes
thusly-
people just want to yell.
And thusly, Quest's house was raided.
Yeah, I swatted Quest, guys. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, I'm expecting GSG 9 to come storming in my door any second. Anyway,
5 seconds
Wouldn't
before it
give him a
starts.
magic
not the raid I was expecting. But yes.
item.
So you're holding this not mint condition, but excellent condition book written by your mentor.
What again takes a moment to decently stare, and he flips through the pages, not to read them really, but again to just check up on the condition. Scowls a little bit, more so just the fur of the brow really, at the dog ears, and straightens some of them out before closing the book again.
Press them down with your thumb a bit.
Yep.
Perception check.
Absolutely.
Very good.
30.
As you then, you let your thumb go to allow the front cover to then gently close itself. But as you do, as you see the pages quickly flit by as it closes itself, you catch a dash of red just before the cover closes. Are you chugging another cup of coffee, or are you?
I was muted.
Ah.
I had just flipped my mic up to mute it before I started speaking like an idiot.
It's okay. I spent 15 to 30 minutes of the stream yesterday with no desktop on, so you're okay.
Oh no. I have a tendency to, the moment I'm done speaking, flip it up again to mute myself. Thing is, I wasn't done speaking, so I'm an idiot. Anyway, the moment his brain basically notices or registers, so the red spot or whatever it is, he extends a single pinky finger to basically jam it in between the pages to stop it from closing fully. And then, if possible, he's gonna return to it.
Your finger darts out just in time to stop it, and the you don't know what exactly it is. It might be wood, it might be like card that the cover is made out of. It's hardback, but it's made of something light. Then kind of bumps against your finger, and then hinges back open to show you the page just after the cover, the foreword. It's a small paragraph, obviously an introductory paragraph. Just below it, signed in vivid red ink as if it was still the day that the pen had touched the paper. It's a flowing signature, which is a looping cursive approximation of the name Lydia. The A trails off and then circles around the cursive A to form rose petals. As the A is stylized into a rose blossom. It also catches the foreword itself. Short, concise, and some words catch your eye. Would you like to read it? Or do you want to say
Absolutely.
this for later? Well, the foreword itself is only a few sentences, but it's concise and comes off as almost not very academic on first glance. And it reads something to this effect. To my esteemed colleagues and fellow scholars, I dedicate this paper to you and to all my future hopes and dreams. You can almost imagine that last vestige of what you remember coming to life in your head, revived this passage. I speak very sparingly about my life before joining the society, my accomplishments as a magus. And I do not speak of them lightly. But with the gravitas of this book, and it being one step on the long road to what is my dream, I feel I must give some back. I will spare you the sob story of a young scullery girl raised in an abusive house, married off to some foppish noble, erudine aristocracy, and cast aside for being barren. What I will tell you of, how I clawed my way up from nothing, became a scholar of some renown. How I sharpened my skills as a conjurer and an expert planer. In this thesis, I will show to you just how many strides I have made in making contact with other worlds, just how much we can see and learn other people living on these far worlds. Hope is to one day open a bridge permanently, and all share in the bounty of each other's worlds. To you, reader, and my colleagues, I dedicate this book. Below that, it's signed, obviously not part of the print, your signature. Also, hello, Art.
Lark swallows briefly, lingers on the signature, perhaps a brief amount longer than necessary, and then almost carefully, almost scared to do anything wrong, closes it again, fully this time.
Okay. Draco, the line has finally finished. Find yourself standing before the counter girl. Her smile is like sunshine. Early day, just before it says, welcome to the overflowing Libra. How may I be of service to you?
Hello. I was recommended this place when I asked about magical scrolls and items. Is that true?
Oh. We do have some in supply. May I ask who recommended you to us so that we might pass along our regards?
What's his name again? I forget. Stanislav?
Stanislav, yes.
Sergey.
Sergey gave you the
Or
directions.
was it-
Stanislav was the one.
Fair enough.
Is it House Stanislav or the person Stanislav?
His name is Stanislav.
Alright.
His house is von
yes.
Dostoyev.
Do I know that?
Yes.
Alright. The house von Vostroyev, the man's name is Stanislav?
Oh, yes. The owner is quite good friends with him. They do tend to spend some long nights chatting away with each other. Welcome. We do have some magical supplies in stock, though that is not our main stock. Parchment and paper and all things between. But the owner does on occasion do bespoke work. So if you're looking for anything in particular, I'm sure we can come to a most amenable arrangement. Please, if you would like to speak to him, I would require you to wait a little bit, but I can always brew you a bit of tea and maybe supply a couple of biscuits while you wait.
I may take you up on the tea, but I'm fine on the biscuits for now. Although, Trigo will scan across the room. And I'm guessing I can see Vark from where I am.
Yeah, he is enraptured looking into a red bound thing in his palm.
I will take you up on the tea. However, looking at my friend over there, you may be busy soon as well. So no rush, no need. Only if you're able to.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. For a friend of Stanislav, I'll let my master know. I'm looking for exotic supplies. One moment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
As she then steps around the counter, then walks up the stairs past where there's a rope straddling it that she ducks under deftly, and her little pump heels clack, clack, clack up the stairs. A couple minutes later, he comes down, ducks under the rope again, almost kind of jogging a little, with a little more pace than it's a pace that's a little faster than just. As Vark, you have finished and shut the book. Jaiko, the lady comes back around the counter, standing in front of you, says, "The master will be down shortly."
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. I'll get right on the tea. We have a. She looks past you. A merciful break, customers. So it shouldn't take too long.
Alrighty. So I go find a place to sit down for now, and just wait.
Okay. There are
As I sit,
comfy plush chairs off to the side. Obviously, they keep these around for people to sit and read and browse and wait in.
from my neat little seat, I would like to watch Vark, seeing as he's enraptured by a book, just to see what he does, because
He's just shut it. He does it with a sort of tenderness. He's normally a very slow and careful and deliberate person, but the almost gingerness, as if he's afraid to hurt it with the slightest missed motion.
Huh? Well, I guess faculty has no thought about it. It's kind of moving on.
All right, Vark. Anything you would like to add on, or are you going to buy this book?
I was looking for a specific book, or a specific type of book, I suppose I should say,
Okay.
when I first came here. So, despite having found something much better, Vark is going to keep wandering around the store for now, visibly clutching the first book he found to his chest. And he is going to specifically look for any kind of books concerning the Underdark, and specifically the Deep, its creatures, its influence, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Continuing to browse around, Jaiko watches you. It's possibly not like. Jaiko, do you watch him like a hawk, or do you just kind of keep a loose awareness of where he is?
A loose eye. It's more of the fact that I'm in a new place. It's good to have at least know where someone that I know is at.
In the intervening time, there are a couple customers that come in and buy a book or just browse and then leave. But Mark, pacing around the store, looking through the shelves specifically, you wander away from the magical theory and your textbooks and go more towards the geographical and historical books, and you wander a little more over to the side where the speculative side of scientific, naturalistic studies are based. And then you wander a little bit further as you drift more into what you're starting to recognize as being more conspiracy literature. All the scientific texts, at least the spines and the titles, give no hint as to covering these things. You do start to see at least a couple. You see a pamphlet, you see a smaller bound book, you see a larger, more thick book, one where the pages themselves are thicker. Usually this is evidence of the book being filled with illustrations due to the heavy load of ink that soak into and break down the paper. They tend to use thicker cardstock, and large illustrations are involved. The books themselves are titled in all kinds of ways. There's what is the deep dark? Where to find it? Or the guide to avoiding or to navigating away from the villains. Another one is a book, the bigger one, like the thick pages, is a catalog of all known disaster deep dragons. A catalog of all deep disasters, a bestiary of deep dragons. Other ones are there's maybe one more that speculates on the exact origin, or if it's just a hoax or myth. Very clearly, this is a deeply misunderstood, just plain out, not very well studied topic. Poorly understood. The big one in particular, at the very least, it sits on plinth. It's easy to flip open, and when you do, you see some interesting material. It's true to its name, it cataloged like most bestiaries. Have a table of contents at the front, big capitalized words. We got big fonts. You have the thicker pages in between the printed pages. There are large pencil sketch and ink illustrations. They are rough, vague. A lot of the entries have big holes. Deep dragons, as they are cataloged in this book at least, and they are explained as best you know. No two deep dragons are the same. As the author of the bestiary himself puts down as being his best understanding, as no account he has ever found, ever heard secondhand, no deep dragon he himself has witnessed has ever been the same as another one. Each one expresses its horror and monstrosity in a gruesome and unsettling and unique way. And one of the things he punctuates this with is, I do not know if this is simply a quirk of only one of each of these species making their way to the surface, if this speaks to a frankly horrifying diversity in the types of deep dragons, or if each one is entirely unique, but every single one that makes its way to the surface is itself a moving natural disaster. I do not know which hypothesis I dread more. As with each entry, there is also a section, a paragraph that describes what exactly the circumstances of the anecdote that surrounds it were. In many cases, large sections of countryside were corrupted, destroyed, herds of animals devoured, villages laid flat, destroyed, people massacred. Usually in out-of-the-way places close to mountains or inauspicious breaks in the earth. Sometimes the deep dragon doesn't even pop up in places like that. Sometimes they just tunnel up through the earth. In particular, if they are themselves uniquely adapted to do so. Those are the ill mobility. There's also a record of turtle-like burrow from distances, just sunk entire towns by undermining, catching those that would fall through the sinkholes in its mouth. And the more a deep dragon grows, the more a deep dragon eats, the larger it grows, and the more it mutates, and the more horrifying and deadly it becomes. That's what you find on deep dragons. As for the deep itself, much of it is speculative, conspiratorial. Here some talks about connections to the great disaster hundreds of years ago. Others simply say that they were always beneath the earth, only just they just had the world is just disconnected enough that you never hear any accounts of them except for well afterwards, or perhaps even worse, the vast majority of people that run into them don't live to counter, and as such, you never hear about when they break the surface. What is a little bit better cataloged, at least in the bestiary, is the effect they have on the ground, world around them, and eventually move on for more food, or after they've been killed. This part is also speculative, as there is much argument about how much of this is just simply a result of dwelling down deep in the dark, and how much of it is a unique aspect of their biology. But a characteristic trademark is that any area that their body dies on and rots on tends to be poisoned beyond the ability of time. Their presence saps light and color area around them, and all living life in the area tends to wither ever so slowly. The larger they are, the more pronounced and more nascent the effect is on the environment around them. Spots where deep dragon blood has soaked into the earth, especially in great quantities, seems to have an almost opposite effect, in that it not only poisons all healthy life, but it springs forth new, rotten, horrific, hateful life. And one of the closing passages from the author is not fully understood what exactly the curse is that seeps through these creatures. But one thing is very clear. Everything about them spells disaster. Every iota of their existence drips hate, contempt for all life, besides their. Our greatest hope for the future is that any time one of these should surface from the earth, it be killed before it can mature too far. Or if a deep dragon is allowed to grow too far without control, without being culled, dread to imagine what a fully grown look like. That little pessimistic note, that is the end of that book. So,
Look, that card
did you enjoy your light reading?
eyes.
I love it.
You found the Deep Dragons A to Z picture book.
God damn it.
Anything else you guys would like to do? Oh yes, I should say. Once you're getting close, or you have finished aging through, you do hear a much more pronounced clunk, clunk, clunk coming from the stairs upstairs, from the floor upstairs, as you hear footfalls coming down the stairs. Descending is a not exactly statuesque, but definitely almost larger than life man who is dressed elegantly in a white blouse, a tan vest. His mustache and beard are elegantly and perfectly curled and waxed. His sleeves blossom out just the right place on his wrists. His slacks tie off at the ankle, and his loafers are pristinely polished. His hair is coiffed, elegant, with little streaks of salt and pepper, denoting and sprouting out from his temples, denoting a distinguishment and maturity, but also still some of the youthful vigor of his prime years. As he comes down to the last few steps, looks down to you, Chaiko, sitting down in the chair, to Vark, who is just now shutting the picture book on Deep Dragons. As he looks between the two of you, claps his hands together, clasping them, and says, "Welcome to my humble shop, the two of you. My assistant tells me that you are friends of Stanislav."
Psycho stands up and faces him. Yes, we are. We came here on his recommendation.
Well, he's always been a much valued customer and a long-standing. As he then unclasps his hands, puts one arm behind his back and the other one across his front, as he then puts one foot back, gives you an elegant bow. He says, "All friends of Stanislav are welcome within my establishment, and they are friends of mine. How may I be of service to you today?" Oh, so rude of me. You may call me Jean.
Hi, Jean. You may call me Aiko.
It's a pleasure, Aiko. And to the dusky gentleman perusing the speculative fiction section. How are you? And may I have the honor of knowing?
Mark, with the book still, with now both hands holding books basically, he actually mimics the gesture that the man just did, the one hand behind the back, one for his chest, bow, leg out behind. Although it looks a little bit goofier, considering he's holding two books. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Vark, I am beloved.
Well, Vark.
Aiko lets out a sigh.
Well, Vark, most beloved, you are, as with Aiko here, most welcome within my establishment. Come up these stairs. I will see to you both. My assistant will bring the tea up, and we may discuss business proper. Worry of more regular customers interfere. As he then takes 2 steps up the stairs, we call it, reaches a hand down as if to encourage you to follow after. Continues up the stairs.
Up I go. What about Vark?
Nope, I'll follow. Absolutely.
With a gesture, a ghostly hand pulls the string or the rope that bars the way up the stairs out of the way, and once you two have passed it, it will once more wrap it around the banister. And as they go up into the first floor study, we will go to a different group.
Alright.
Okie dokie.
So, Mallory,
Yes,
are you present and ready?
I am present and ready.
Excellent. It's a good thing none of your work is going to. Also, don't expect any help.
Oh no.
Don't expect backup. Because this is a all-day, evening fucking kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay. So, Mallory, today is a busy day for you. So you have plans.
Devious plan.
Unfortunately, the higher cost items you're looking for, you're going to have to hunt for. On your time, you're gonna have to try and find them across the city, because you're not just gonna be able to find there are no magic item stores in.
Oh, I see.
It's not a typical thing in like general culture. For one thing, any store that could just has a shovel load of magic items. As cool as that is a massive target for robbery, but also most people can't afford even some of the more basic magic items, and so an entire economy that runs off of that kind of relies on people with tons of money, but also the necessity to have those items, which is usually adventurers. But yes, those items specifically, you hunt around. Could I? No, I'm not going to ask for a roll. You spend the day perusing around through storefronts looking particular items, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, it is a bit of a goose chase. You'll go from one shop to another asking for items of these vague descriptions, looking for things that can fill these functions. And unfortunately, most just kind of don't have those items in stock. Like some of them are run by mages who will happily take a custom order and, given enough time, can make it for you. But like on stock, immediately available, that's not going to happen. You want to get any of these, you're going to have to wait for them to be made and then come pick them up. And that could take several days, possibly even weeks, depending.
I see.
For these items in particular, maybe not weeks, but you're going to have to wait at least a few days. In particular, for things like, let's see, bodysuit, unfortunately, is right out. There's nobody in Mordan producing spider silk in that quantity, nor is there really anybody that can work with it. Let's see. The stone is straight up not available. For reasons that will become apparent later. The lens, though. The lens is doable. And after being bounced back and forth between different shops, you're eventually pointed to a glassmaker who, when you eventually reach their shop, one that is dubbed the Varied Vista, is a glassworking shop that works in all kinds, but specifically is found city as being the one place in Mordan if you want the highest quality visual assistance. Glasses, monocles, telescopes, microscopes. He will make you bespoke lenses, and then, potentially, depending on what you need, might even enchant them to make them more.
Awesome. Yes, I'm gonna try and ask that guy if he can make a custom order or has a lens of detection on stock.
Entering the glassmaker shop and getting to know the shopkeeper. It's a small, cramped place, which is unfortunately common here in Mordan, and also unfortunate given the fact that the counter spaces and the shelves are crammed full with glassware. At least he has the good sense to keep it behind, behind cabinets, or in cabinets, where they're can't just be bumped and then fall over and crash. The shop is also slightly more cramped because it's built to a slightly smaller specification, because the man you meet at the counter is a snowy-haired gnome
No.
who, standing behind his somewhat lower countertop, ringing up a register, listens to your request. Says, "Hi, where I can help you?" Well, I mean, better than proper actual eyeglasses for those who are vision impaired. Suppose perhaps a sort of magnifying goal, or perhaps a monocle. No, that won't be enough. Simply having things closer to you doesn't mean you're going to be able to see them. Focus will be an issue. Tune it with some magic.
I'd prefer it be as inconspicuous as possible.
What kind of inconspicuous? Because there's all kinds of inconspicuous. If you'll find yourself flying or perhaps on horseback quite a bit, goggles would be inconspicuous. Many riders wear those to keep the wind out of their eyes. If you wish to be inconspicuous at the opera, then perhaps spectacles with a handle would be less conspicuous. If you're going to be at some sort of fine event, then maybe pince-nez or monocles on a chain. If you're looking for something that's simple everyday wear, and might still denote you as being someone with a bit more money, but is still relatively conspicuous, I can just make it look like normal eyeglasses. It begs the question, where will you find yourself using it most? Where do you wish for it to be the least? Where do you wish for it to be the least apparent? A sort of setting. This is not the first time I've been asked for an inconspicuous set of lenses. The last time it was ordered by a rather skinny-looking halfling, but a rather disturbing obsession with dead slaying.
I see.
I can do inconspicuous, but it's also a matter of place and time, you see, because camouflage is inconspicuous, but if you wear a suit made of leaves and twigs and stand up against a brick wall, you're still going to stick out.
That is true. The place I will be going to is going to be a more entertainment-oriented district, a gambling house.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's see. So, den of miscreants, but ones who fancy themselves as. I can work. I can work very well, I think. Now the lenses, I would think, I need the measurement for the bridge of your nose, not much else. The lenses, I think, will be. I can do that within an evening. Particularly if you're able to pay for a small expedition charge. It will be the enhancements that will take a bit more time. As no doubt, I see the sword in your cane, and you strike me as a man based on your stance who finds himself more often than not, at the very least, more often would be normal for someone as a parent station. So I will be chanting it both for the extra assurance that should you drop them, they will not break against the stone cobbles of the street, but also so that they can lend you actual help in the event that you need them. It will be, well, not cheap, but not nearly as pricey as some of the other requests I tend to get from some of the more high-class customers I have walking through here. That was quite apparent to me. The same as them. That is no disparagement to you. I'm just saying simply that there is a very visually apparent difference. As pale as you are, you do not strike me as a vet.
Of course not.
No, I can make this work. A small remuneration of... Shall we say 4,500 gold?
Very well.
Excellent.
Am I just able to just write it off as the digital credit? Not digital, but the credits.
Yeah, the script and bills that Stanislav
Yes.
or well gave it to you. Lending would be yes. You you pass along the bill of credit, notated by House von Vostroyan, which he looks at it and says, "Oh, you have the patronage of one of the local houses. That will get you indeed. Oh, I'd be careful about that blowing back on your benefactor. Let's go not so well with your future at the gambling house. If indeed I understand what exactly this is for."
I don't plan on involving any other people in my ventures. My ventures are mine.
I'm not talking about involving others. I mean, if someone finds out your connection to the House von Vostroyan. As per Mordani policy, if someone comes calling back here because they find you were wearing one of my pieces of work, as it will very clearly be, nobody else makes finer lenses, and then they come asking me, I will have to tell them who you are, your purchase, and your purpose for your purchase. In addition, they will have to audit the bill of credit that I process here, and that will obviously draw a connection between you and the benefactor. So, my biggest piece of advice is don't get caught.
I have no intention of doing so.
We rarely ever do. Well then, very good. You may pay half upfront now, in advance, or for the full payment, and I will begin working on it tonight.
And when will I be expected to pick it up?
I would estimate approximately 3 to 4 business days. I have other projects I am also working on in tandem, but thankfully the enchantment process itself is a lengthy one that can be partitioned out in portions throughout the day, rather than all in one sitting.
That is good to hear.
Excellent. Then we have an arrangement. Thank you very much for your patronage. As I assume he brings the bill over, he signs it himself, he processes it. You could expect your project, your commission, as I said, within 3 to 4 days. You may come by at your leisure, or I will drop it off at the von Vostroyev house personally.
Wait, am I staying at the von Vostroyev house?
No, but he knows that you have a connection there, and if all else fails, he can drop it there, and Stanislav will be able to find you. Send a servant to give it to you.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true.
If you should, if it should be finished, and I can't find you anywhere, I will send it there. Precaution.
Very good.
Excellent. As he then doffs his little flat cap and says, I hope to see you very soon.
And me you.
Very good. And so that is something that Mallory is going to do.
Oh, what about the sleeves?
You already have sleeves, though.
No, I had to cut them out because the ring.
Oh, right. Yes. Well, the sleeves, I think, are far more doable. Specifically. Yes, you'll be able to go to one of the shops that was pointed to you by Stanislav, the Looming Fruit.
Looming fruit.
Awesome.
The shop, when you get there, following the directions given by Sergei, has a sign out on front, which pictures a large, darkly colored apple with a skull printed on the side of it. And there are quite a few people coming in. This shop, unlike some of the ones you've been in, is dark as hell. It is very dimly lit. The majority of the fashion this shop is primarily cloaks, capes, blouses, and slacks, as well as boots and loafers that are clearly all the rage here and is everybody's. They also have the accessories of silver and gold skull masks, bespoke top hats, cowls, everything that that any respectable vampire gentleman, gentle lady, or gentle person might need to raiment themselves, such as to be the most imposing, looming, dread persona in, just like everybody else.
Wonderful.
This shop would be a bit more bustling, and so you wouldn't really be able to hail the attention of the shop owner. Clearly not on the shop floor. There are 2 sales attendants, and there's a few people out on the floor itself who are going back and forth. At one point, you yourself being a haloed ASMR standing in this dimly lit shop stick out kind of like a sore thumb if a sore thumb was on fire. But weirdly enough, that gets the attention drawn on you by everybody in the shop, including some of the sales attendants. One of which comes up to you, a drab, mute-dressed man in a vest and slacks, with a thoroughly blank-looking face, as he comes up to you and says, "How may I help you today, sir?"
I'm looking for some sleeves, many garments.
He almost seems like shut down for a second as his face casts downwards towards the floor. His eyes kind of twitch back and forth as if he's like searching. As he then says, "Are you looking for the Baroque model or the Gothic model?"
Man, I haven't heard those words in a long time.
What, Baroque?
Yeah, Baroque. I haven't looked at that since art class. Pray tell, what's the difference?
What do you mean Baroque? I'm not broke.
One is.
How dare you insinuate I am broke?
One is for Goths, one is for Baroque people. Yes, though Baroque, the Gothic model lends itself more to traditional Mordani fashion. The Baroque model is for those who are, as he then kind of gives these unenthusiastic jazz hands, the more eccentric and discerning customer, and specializes in a varied wardrobe of more frilled, accessorized outfits.
And I think I'll take the Baroque.
Very good, sir. hear a like little murmur under his breath. He disappears for a couple minutes through the door behind the counter, and then reappears with a set of what look like the puffiest, frilliest looking sleeves you've ever seen. Like a Tool nightmare. And for those at home, that is Tool with a Tulle.
But you just so happen to look like a
silent.
TOOL.
Yes. As he says, would the gentleman like to try these on?
Yes.
As he then, not forcefully but firmly, one hand grabs one of your arms by the wrist, places it up in front of you at a straight angle. The other hand slides the cuff of one of the wrists over. One yank, it's up to your, it's on your arm up to your shoulder. Beats the motion with the other one, the thump, like putting a sock on an unruly child. And then now simply imagine the outfit you wish to create and flick your arms.
And he does so. He
Gesture and a swoosh of your arms. What do you imagine?
he imagines a very ornate but very light, almost military style outfit. You know, something that men in the nobility would wear. Typically the more down to earth people.
Okay. Interesting choice. What pops out as your clothing as a whole just sort of ripples from your neck and then all the way down to your shoes is almost like Mystique from the X-Men movie, the way that kind of rolls in a wave down her body. But it just your clothing in this case. And what is created, or what illusion is made, is almost to your specifications. Except, like, the neck scarf ascot that you have is frillier and puffier, do you imagine? Your sleeves and your wrist cuffs are flared and lacy and puffy. Your shoulders are padded a little bit more. The gilding is a little thicker, and the lining piping is also a bit more pronounced. The bottom of your pants flare out, apple bottoms. Your shoes are a little pointier and a little more extended. Everything about the outfit is just a little more overstated than I've thought. Still manages to come off as less ostentatious than full-on Baroque fashion, but not as understated as you might have otherwise.
Show me the Gothic.
Very good, sir. As he then yanks the sleeves off of your arms. This disappears behind the counter again, then comes back with a pair of what just look like satin black tubes, which he then repeats. Thump, thump. And now once more, sir, imagine the outfit you would like to wear and swish your arms.
I think I have a picture for this one actually. Let's see. Copy and paste in Tavern.
Ah. Well, in this case, rather than last time, you get pretty much exactly that. Although, on top of that, you get a dark shoulder cape that wraps around your shoulder. And it comes with a hood you can pull over your head. And black knuckle gloves.
lovely. I like this one.
It's our most popular model.
Well then,
That's the fancy way to say you're basic.
well,
You're
he li-
beautiful and unique like a butterfly, like everybody else.
I see. Don't butter me up. I don't like that. Well, he's considering. Like, he likes the gothic one for his typical what he would wear, but he also feels like the Baroque one would fit what he's trying to do later. And since he had a pretty good payout from his previous mission, he's just gonna get both.
Okay.
Why not?
Okay. The shop floor assistant, upon hearing that, says, I'll be back shortly. You wish to approach the counter with payment, that would be the time. And trots off behind the counter, through the door. And then comes back out now with a pitch black bag, tied closed with inky black ribbon. Summon it's together. Yeah, no. Mallory's always been one who's been fancy schmancy. Yes, comes out with a satin black bag that he then places down, bound beautifully with black ribbon, and the side of the bag itself is contrasted with a white emblazoning apple with a skull on it. It seems to almost reflect in the dim light as he then deposits you in front of you and on the counter. That will be 400 gold, please.
And he will pay in credits. 'Cause there's no way he can carry them.
Thank you for shopping at the Looming Fruit, sir. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. And then he leaves. Also, since the other items are, no bueno, is it possible to find a bag of holding?
Potentially. Getting the carriage won't be an issue. Hirelings won't be an issue. But the stone suit or sticking. Yes, not available in this area. Unfortunate. So if people find that they take this as an incentive to start farming giant spiders, I will have issues.
I'm already on it, boss man.
That idea
I do.
has long passed.
Yeah, well, I remember we discussed that at one. Can I farm giant spiders? It's like, I don't have start the tools for that.
Can I seduce a giant spider?
No.
That's why I dropped it.
I'm sorry, did you just suggest a whirlwind romance where you emotionally have a tryst with a spider so that you can use them for their silk and then you dump them?
Yes.
Sounds like my ex.
It's the spider-sea.
Man, no
We always come
wonder
back to
giant
this.
spiders in fiction are assholes. They keep getting mistreated.
Damn.
You're just reconfirming their suspicion. You're just reconfirming their biases about humans.
That's true. You are. You are the problem.
You're the problem. For shame.
Hey.
I am not the
treating
problem.
Mallory
spiders
the
with
heartbreak.
I'm treating them with respect.
What that means is that Chaika will take them to dinner first.
Exactly.
What she doesn't know is
Chaiko,
that
how about
she's
you and
taking
me
it-
work together?
What she doesn't know is she's taking a Black Widow to dinner, and she is the dinner.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh.
So,
Chico's
Um,
Mallory Emperor
so
Polycule.
Mallory, what?
Yeah, you're a garden weaver.
Bravo clues. So Mallory, anything else you want to get? I remember I did interrupt you. You were in the middle of asking about other. Right, bag of holding.
Yeah.
Bag of holding. A oft-requested item, not just for adventurers, but for merchants. It makes transferring and shipping smaller, more valuable, expensive goods much simpler and much more portable, as well as much less noticeable. It's not uncommon for merchants with small priority cargo to shove it in their personal bag of holding, personally deliver it from port to port, so that if, for instance, anybody raids their boat or caravan, it's not in the boxes and can't be stolen out. And if it's at the point where they're able to rip the bag holding off of their belt, they're already at the point where it's either it's for their life. So, you know, a popular request. And unfortunately, that does also mean that there is a high demand that matches the supply. So for this, I'm actually going to require a roll. See if you can find a shop with a bag of holding still in stock.
Okay. What role?
It will either be a knowledge local or a diplomacy.
Okay. Is logistics allowed or not?
Logistics would work, actually. I forgot you have that.
Yes. Let me actually check something. I had something else. Okay. And
Roll
this is not
logistics.
against anyone in particular.
Not against anyone. If you do use logistics, it will have a lower DC than diplomacy would.
Okay. That's good, right?
It's good. Lower DC means
Okay.
a lower target to beat.
Alright. This be it. 23!
Very nice. All right. Mallory, with your prior experience and your knowledge of the web-like structure of mercantile business and suppliers and sellers and retailers, you, rather than looking for retail stores that might have them still in stock, start asking questions. You start looking for the middlemen, actual makers of the bags. Till eventually you are directed to at least a couple of craftsmen and suppliers, of which there are at least a couple that do not have them on hand, but are in need of a commission and would be able to knock one out for you within a couple minutes.
Well, I'm commissioning them.
Cool. Are you commissioning both, or are you commissioning one?
I am commissioning who can do it the fastest in them.
Oh, okay. In which case, they might actually underbid each other.
Come one, come all. Who's able to provide me the thing I want?
What type of bag of holding are you? Want a basic stock bag of holding?
There are types?
Yes. We talked about this just before the session started, actually.
Oh.
Bags of holding come in multiple types. They start off as minor, which store up to 50 pounds, or 6 cubic feet. Those go for 1,000. Then you have the more normal bags of holding. They go from type 1 to type 4. They can hold, starting off with 250 pounds, 30 cubic feet, all the way up to 1,500 pounds or 250 cubic feet. Generally speaking, most people don't need more than like 500. But the bigger the inside of the bag, the heavier the bag is by default. A type 1 bag of holding weighs 15 pounds, no matter what you put in it. Type 4, the one that can hold 1,500, 60 pounds.
Uh-huh.
White heft.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for type 1.
Okay, that will cost you 2,500.
Uh-huh. Am I able to haggle the price a little bit?
Sure, give me another logistics.
Okay. Let's see. Wait, let me actually check something. Okay. Let's see more. Okay. Logistics, okay.
I just realized how high your logistics is. Holy crap.
Yeah, very high. A 24.
Very nice. So, you talk to one of the commissioners, or to one of the magic craftsmen. Haggle them down from 2,500 to 2,000, but not a
Ooh.
gold coin less.
Beautiful. Well, that's what I'm taking. Woo!
Okay, you can expect to pick that up within a couple days.
Alrighty. And I'll be paying them in credits too.
Oh boy, there's going to be talk about the nobles spending House Strayev's money. Okay, and with that, I'm going to jump away from Mallory's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
His thing's not going to be for a few months. That's the big thing. Paul thing I think is the most negative out. I think I'm going to leave that for last. Siren and Karia. You two were weapon hunters, correct?
Yes. Well, material hunting in my case, but I suppose weapon hunting.
Weapon materials and weapons. Weapons and weapons
Yeah.
accessories.
Actually,
That's how you
I
pour.
was wondering about that because I was wondering if we should even just like go to a weaponsmith or a armorsmith or just go to Chaiko for that stuff. But even then,
One point
even
to
if
make
we were
about
to
that
commission
is
Chaiko,
Chaiko doesn't have smithing in it.
Correct.
Yes,
yes,
had
and
really-
also we're lacking
yeah,
materials.
Looks at a cart.
looks at
Well, we're lacking certain materials that I need.
Materials,
As am I.
Specific
you're lacking
stuff.
workspace. You might have tools, but you don't have a forge.
You have tools, technically.
Yeah.
You have tools, but you don't have a forge.
Correct.
You're also
We have a whole
lacking,
lot of materials that we don't have.
especially for Karia's idea, you're lacking key components.
Correct.
Yes.
That may be something he can solve. Who knows? Anyway,
I hope.
one can hope. So the two of you are pointed towards several potential weapon stores. So Siren, you're looking for a replacement for your sickle, and also maybe a ranged option, as I understand.
Yeah. I'm looking to get a one-handed crossbow.
So,
And also a
pistol
buckler,
crossbow.
but I don't know if that would be with armor.
Hmm?
And a buckler as well, but I'm not sure if that would be with weapons or armor.
Shields have always been kind of in a weird space. They're generally considered armor. Unless they have spikes on them, in which case they can act as weapons.
Oh.
But yes, a buckler would be simple enough to get. You can equip that. Relatively little disturbance to items you're using, so long as you're not like weapon in that hand. Pistol crossbow is also simple enough to get. So yes, bouncing between several different weapons stores. Karya, in your case, you're looking for much adamantine as you can get your hands on.
Indeed.
Which, for the most part, The question is, are you just looking to buy adamantine, or are you looking to get someone to make that weapon?
I suppose it would come down to a matter of how much I could acquire, and then if that would be possible to find a proper smith. If I went from shop to shop to shop, and one smith said he could make it, but he didn't have the materials, if I went to another shop and bought theirs, I would bring it to him.
My question to you is, are you telling people the idea? Purpose for the adamantine, or are you
if the smith itself is curious at the mass amount of adamantine I'm looking for, Karya would most likely tell them, but he wouldn't go in with the idea immediately in mind.
The basic rundown is you're going in, you're asking them for basically as much adamantine as they can sell you, and that will get the curiosity of pretty much every weaponsmith, because that's not that's an expensive mineral to be asking after. And if you then tell them what you're looking for, in one case you are confronted by a rock gnome smith, sitting behind the counter, listening to the specifications of what you're hoping to get made for it. And when you're finished explaining, he looks first offended, then incredulous, then despairing, and then he laughs at you. He laughs at you from the depths of his belly. And when eventually it dies down, he says, "For the amount of adamantine it would take to make that monstrosity you are describing, I could make 20 blades and sell that for far more for each blade than the commission price of the affront to metallurgy you are insinuating. I could make a Zweihanda out of adamantine alloy that would be using far less. You are making a paddle out of adamantine. You will not be cutting people, you will be crushing them. You understand how much of a waste that is. You understand how much the simple idea that you think this could work. Do you know what it takes to work adamantine? It is an alloy made from one of the rarest magically active minerals in the world. And we have to make it into an alloy because the metal doesn't stretch otherwise. And it's in its pure state, it can't be worked. And the idea that you want to make something this massive, there isn't a forge that isn't made for storm giants that can keep a weapon that big out of a metal that tough, evenly heated for long enough to work it into a usable shape. This is a pipe dream. And the simple fact that you suggested this makes you look more ignorant than some of the wildest fantasies I have heard. I had a man come in the other day wanting to make a buckler with a gun, a lantern, a spike, and a halberd attached. And it was less ridiculous than this.
So, am I hearing this conversation?
Oh
since
yes,
Brian and I went to
he's
the
not keeping quiet. We're hearing the full brunt of this.
From behind, peeking out from behind Karya, say, "Ah yes, but imagine the renown you would gain from being the master known
the
for creating
laughingstock
such a blade.
of the smithing community if I even attempted this.
Well, you would be a legend.
No, I wouldn't. You know how many
dream?
No, it wouldn't. You don't understand this. If any other smith heard that I tried to make a block of adamantine into a weapon so that some caveman could swing it around like a pillar on a stick, nobody would take me seriously. None of the vampires would ever commission me again. I would be excommunicado from this city. I may as well live in the fucking swamps down in the Quadranon.
Is Karya asking for a fucking Kirkhammer or some bullshit?
Oh no,
He's asking or basically a guts blade made out of adamantine.
Yeah, what's a Buster
Old
sword?
He just said like a block of
Yeah.
of metal, and I was thinking like the Kirk hammer from Bloodborne, how it's just a block that you
It's
shove a
just,
sword.
it's just a cube of stone that you
Yeah.
attach a sword to. No,
Yeah.
he says you could get just as much effect out of a blade and have it actually be wieldable if you shave down the amount of adamantine you want to make it out of to about 100th. Perhaps
Kieran is stifling laughter.
consider perhaps rather than living in a world full of nails and trying to wield the biggest hammer you can, consider how you might have the proper tool and learn to use it in the most effective way. Because frankly, I think the only person you will ever find who will be able to make something like that for you is a literal giant who works a giant forge. In which case, he can make you an adamantine toothpick for himself, of course. If in fact you are able to convince one of those recluses to make something for you. And good fucking luck with that. But until you're ready to come to anybody in this city with a more reasonable idea, get out of my shop.
Damn.
Good to know. You are inept. I see. I will find a giant. Thank you.
Oh.
As for my request, I also have
No,
something
get out.
equally as a light crossbow.
No, get out.
Oh, I
Your
see
friend
you
just
don't
called
have
me inept. He can
crossbows.
go fuck himself, and you can go fuck yourself too. No smith in the city will serve you.
Damn,
see.
Car. You just got yourself back.
Your friend insulted me. He needs to understand. People in the city talk. He just, to my face, called me inept. I just tried to tell him exactly what he wanted to do was stupid as hell.
I understand. My apologies.
I'm sorry. And I accept your apology. My temper got the better. He then reaches under the desk, pulls out a buckler and a hand crossbow, puts it down and says, "That will be 6 gold."
Thank you. And actually, Siren appreciates and looks at the light crossbow and buckler, and she asks, I'm actually curious since I've never been to your shop before. Would you also happen to sell any of special crossbows and bucklers or magical varieties of these? Or just the normal kind?
We do occasionally carry them. They don't come through too often after all. Magical items are not, at least magical weapons and armor tend to have a history to them. Sought after, and most wealthy vampires in this city tend to snap them up as collector's pieces. Or at the very least, those that can afford it do. But most shops, more smiths in this town, will have we'll have a mantelpiece or a few choice pieces that they'll have on display. If you're looking for anything like that, I would suggest browsing from shop to shop and seeing them. Don't go in with your friend, because if they see you with him, after I have told them about him, they will not serve you.
I see.
But
That makes sense.
so I'm sticking to that, by the way. I can tell you're a sweet person. And I do not envy you keeping that company. But being diplomatic as you are, and as polite as you are, be remiss to not help out someone genuinely looking reasonably requested item. If you are looking
Thank
for
you.
magical armor or magical shields, I would suggest checking around in the west side. There is a decent armorer there who tends to carry higher quality items, and they may have something magical in stock. For crossbows, there is a Fletcher bowyer not far from them. You'll be able to recognize it. It's got a big bow on the roof. They may be able to help you. I couldn't help but notice, though, you yourself are not armed. Despite the fact that he looks you up and down for a second. One finger rubs the tip of his nose and says, "You're a bit too slim to use anything heavy like your friend. But you're not... Doesn't strike me as a fencer. You have but that coat's a bit too heavy for... Could you?" He says, "Could you make a swinging motion for me?"
Sure. And I'll make a swinging motion like the motion I used when I still had my sickle.
You have that sort of sideways drawing pull cut. That means you had some sort of hooked weapon.
I used to have a sickle. It helped me in some instances, but it was a bit too small and it didn't always hit. I'm not much of a close quarters combatant, though sometimes it works out, sometimes not. I was looking for something ranged this time, but if you have any other suggestions, I'm open to them.
Perhaps. It's not, in this case, a matter user, but the tool. Normally, sickles are simply just farming implements, not properly sorted to close quarters melee, as most improvised farming tools tend not to be. A well-trained soldier will take a spear or sword or axe over a thresh or something like that. It's effective as they can be. However, a little bit of fine craftsmanship and a little bit of magic can solve them. Had wondered, based on drawing cut you did. I see then. Puts a finger to his lips and considers and says, "I'm going by the emblem on your outfit. Priestess, or at least an adherent of the moon goddess?"
Yes, I am, of Meluna.
Perfect. Then, one moment. Steps back. Goes through a door. Goes through the door in the back. Then comes out with a finely lacquered and decorated box. And deposits on the countertop. Undoes a little brass latch, opens it, and then gently opens the lid, turns it around, and sitting on a bed of velvet, blue as the dark night sky, 2 sickles layered over each other in such a way that the curved blades form a full circle. He traces one calloused finger across the blade, elegantly engraved and curved, filigreed with patterns. He almost affectionately traces his middle finger across the blade. This one, the handle and the blade almost glowing with a sort of almost autumn fire. The other one glows with a serene blue light. It says, "This is Crescent Dawn, Crescent Dusk. Full set is known as the full moon."
Oh, they're beautiful.
As the story goes, crafted by a small sect of Melanites. They use it for rituals in the dark, light up the darkest places. Their temples often had no candlelight because they relied on the light of the moon, but on the days of new moons, they would use this to light the interior temple and continue their worship of their goddess, and, when necessary, use in the defense of the sect. I don't know what happened to them since. It's supposedly been a couple hundred years since these were used, but they found their way to my store. I've kept them ever since. I thought, despite the inauspicious start to it, and my outrage that I'm still slightly simmering beneath the skin with,
I'm sorry.
you have no reason to apologize, it's not you. I would maybe perhaps insinuate reconsidering the company you keep, but you are a grown woman decision. But I thought, I don't see many priestesses of
Meluna.
come through my doors, let alone through the city of Mordan. Often, people venerate her father, the Sleeper in Shadow. You pay much less homage to her. And you come here looking for proper armaments. How much capital do you?
I've got just a tad bit over 10,000 gold.
Certainly how to pay that.
Yes, we were contracted by what is the name again? Stanislav.
One was story.
Von Stroyev. That's a weird last name.
Yeah, Stanislav von Stroyev. We're friends with him.
Indeed. Powerful friend to have in a town like this. Very clever. Smart. Good. Well then. Given how this almost seems like fate, I am never one to snub the gods when they drop something like this in front of me. I think this is an ideal opportunity. Story of the sickles to continue. Should you be a for them? He then shuts the case. Before I ask a price of you, I want to detail to you what they do. These sickles were wielded by the two sister priestesses. They were supposedly two most senior priestesses within the sect. They were otherwise known as the Crescent Twins, other such appellations. But their primary role was caretakers, spiritual advisors, so protectors in times of crisis. And they would wield these sickles in tandem. That is how they are intended to be. Should you find a second who could also wield these, their full effect will come in. And normally, they have a simple effect of, in darkness, glowing with their own source of moonlight. You may dim this with a thought, but the glow is gentle enough that it will not give you these cases. But the true beauty comes in the bond that these two sickles share. When held together as a circle of the moon, the wielders of the sickles become paired. The sickles themselves are capable of holding any spell of only one at a time. You may channel any magic you can cast into them, and until such a time as you would wish to unleash it, you do so then with a thought. And
Interesting.
when wielded as a pair, the one wielding the other's twin may draw upon the spell that you have stored within.
Oh.
So should you
I see.
perhaps imbue it with a spell of healing, the person wielding the other one may imbue theirs with, say, a spell of fireball. Then, when necessary, they may draw on the healing to impart it upon another or themselves. Then you may draw from theirs and fling a fireball at your foe.
I see. We can trade spells, per se.
In rough approximation, yes, quite so.
Hmm.
Not always 100% useful, but I've often found that when needs must, sometimes having one little ace up your sleeve is all the difference.
Indeed. I would love to continue the story of these two sickles. What is the price for them?
You purchase these as a pair, as they are intended to be. I will let them go for about 5,000
Each or per?
in total.
Meaning that each of them individually would be around 2,500. 5,000 for the pair.
Sterling deal.
Hmm.
Sure. You.
It does seem fair, at least given the magical items that I've seen. The price really isn't that bad. Very well. I'll take them for 5,000 then. And I'll
Wonderful.
hand over 5,000 gold pieces.
I hope that whoever you should share the bond of sickles with is one that's lasting, that is auspicious. He will then take the script from you. You will then open. Would you prefer to keep the bond? It is quite nice.
I would actually.
Excellent. You will then take some rope and then bind it shut, and then slide it into a leather case. Wrap that shut, then slide it across the counter to you. Cost 5,000 gold. Gold off of your money, and he will then let out one last sigh and say, I hope they serve you well. The story that they continue to tell is a good one.
Thank you. Actually, hold on. GM. Okay, I just making sure that I did actually add the money from last time, which I did, so it is correct. Yeah.
And do us all a
Thank
favor
you.
and keep an eye on your food.
I will. Not to worry, he's well looked after. I should clarify, he hasn't really, I mean, aside from myself and our friend group, he hasn't really had much interaction with social settings and people, and, you know, businesses and transactions and that sort of thing. He's
picked a fine
rough
city
around
to
the
come
edges.
You picked a fine city to come to, if that's the case.
I know, but we are in need of equipment, and he is also unarmed as much as I was, which is why we came to your store. He's very blunt and rough around the edges, but
Much like the sword he was asking for.
indeed, but
In a strange way,
I've-
that fits him. But yes,
trust when I say that he does mean well. He's just blunt.
hopefully at some point he's able to tell the difference between impossibilities and it. I can only hope that that little bit of his rules smooths out.
Well,
And
far be it from me to stomp on anyone's dreams.
Some dreams, it's stomping sometimes, I'm afraid to say. When I said he should go seek a giant, I was not serious. Giants
Oh.
don't take commissions. Giants don't take visitors.
I see. I've never encountered one before.
Most people haven't. They're very controversially considered. They tend to be very reclusive. They also tend to be very xenophobic. And people who enter their territory without an invitation, which is most people, including giants of other types, tend to get a rock to the head. And in some cases, for smaller creatures, a rock to the entire body, as they tend to throw. I believe one of the stories was a cloud giant that snapped the peak off of a mountain and flattened a dragon with it.
Wow.
A bloody smear.
Well, I should go find him before
You should go find your friend
takes
and
your
maybe,
comment literally.
I would hope not. My recommendation is, I can't believe I'm softening up the position now. If he should change his mind about the specifications of the weapon he wishes to have, you see this sickeningly sweet, very much not genuine smile come across his face. If he should ever change his mind on that, say, reduce the width by a factor of 100, he will find smiths who will be able to make that weapon for him out of adamantine, should he have deep enough pockets for it. But no self-respecting smith will make something like that, nor will they be able to. Because even if they are able to make a forge big enough to keep that much adamantine hot, it will take a small army of smiths to make an iron blade of that size. Adamantine can barely be worked by the most masterful of smiths. Among which, I will admit, I am not one of them. I can't work adamantine. I've not reached that point in my career, if ever. Not something that's lightly attained.
I understand.
And as such, another reason why sometimes just a normal blade is enough. I feel like perhaps your friend, despite his size, might be biting off a bit more than you. You are a reasonable type. You also strike me as a person who is not a nag. And as such, I would not be one to encourage you to hammer it into his head that what he is seeking is quite definitely impossible. But I think, hopefully, you and your friends are a normalizing enough presence that eventually he starts to see from a more reasonable perspective. That said, you should go find your friend and impress upon him the incredibly bad idea that it is to approach giants for the sake of making that monstrosity like gods. Pleasure doing business with you. If you should need anything else, do come, but leave your friend at the door.
Pleasure doing business with you as well. I never introduced myself or my friend, but my name is Siren. His name is Karya, and not to worry. I understand what to say to him.
Very good. My name is Wick. Wick Jonathan.
Pleasure doing business with you, Wick Jonathan.
That's why he said excommunicado. Now I knew it.
Wick Jonathan.
He does have a dashing mop of black hair around him.
Oh my god.
Dude, can we talk about what?
The place that he took the pistol crossbow was beside a selection of other real pistols. No.
Is he skilled with a pencil?
The way he's noting down the expenditures he just made, or the money he just made? Perhaps.
Does he have a dog? Does he have a dog?
A dog. Okay.
If that grave in the back.
If anybody, if he wants an excuse to kill Karya, it will be fucking with his dog.
But speaking of which,
his name
after
is
shaking his hand,
John Wickett.
I'll leave the store and find Karya.
Okay, cool. That interaction done with a pair of shiny new sickles.
Shiny.
I was also wanting to look for an armor store to see if I would be able to afford a mithril breastplate.
Okay.
I don't know how much that would cost, but I think right now the priority is finding Karya.
Nice. The,
Like
the
a
mithril bi-
giant, tall child lost in a village in a crowd.
Yes. Yes. So, people have firsthand seen the problem with requesting special materials in a town like this. This is this is a good chunk of the reason why Stanislav is trying to crack into the dam, is because these materials very short supply, are extremely rare, and would make money hand over fist if he could manage to monopolize them. Mithril. Like a mithril is more common than adamantine by a good shot, but it's still a pretty rare material. But I think it's still, yes, it would be affordable. Actually, no, it depends. Yeah. Depends if you want that breastplate to be magical.
How much would a non-magical mithril breastplate cost?
A breastplate is a medium armor, and medium armor that is mithril adds 4,000 price.
Ooh.
Okay.
But also doesn't it weighs as much as a light piece, if I recall.
It halves the
Yeah.
weight that it would otherwise be. So
Halves the weight. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It would be a 15-pound breastplate, which would be a lot lighter.
Yeah. And breastplate, I think, gives you a plus. How much does it add to your AC?
Plus
Plus
4?
2? Plus 4. Yeah, because I was looking for more AC.
Let's see. The breastplate gives a plus 6 to armor and has a plus 3 maximum on.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty damn good piece. It is a minus 4 on your armor penalty. It is reduced, however, if it's mithril.
And it's also reduced if it's masterwork as well.
Yes,
if I
it reduces by
remember
1 for
correctly.
being masterwork. Maximum dex bonus is increased by 2. Armor check penalties are decreased by 3. So, funnily enough,
nice.
A mithril,
0.
A mithril breastplate would have a armor check penalty of 0 and a max dex bonus of 5.
Oh.
Ooh, that's pretty spicy.
Okay.
That's without
That's
any
That is
magic.
pretty spicy.
Yes.
Um,
You are paying 4,000, which is as much as a +1 magical enhancement on tomorrow.
yes.
I think
Does
it depends.
non-magic
Do they still count as an armor category lower? No.
does non-magical count as plus masterwork or no?
Wait, no. A +1 magical bonus is 1,000 on a piece of armor. It's 2,000 for. Sorry, what was your question?
Does masterwork count as magic or no?
No, that is a
Magical.
mundane improvement.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound quite right. So I want to make sure.
So, Siren, considering there are some very tall looming figures in the streets of Mordan. That said, Karya does still kind of stand out, mostly because he's not the black on gray on black everybody else is.
I'm also actually trying to find somebody who can point me in the direction of the giants.
Okay.
He
Well,
genuinely took that as advice.
That's what I wanted to ask. Like, by the time that I got outside,
You had a little bit of a
is he
conversation
s-
there, so yes, he would have
Yeah.
had some time to toddle around, and talk to people. Karya, could I get a
Oh, no.
could I get a
Here's-
diplomacy from you, Karya?
Oh god, I can try.
oh god.
Oh no! Oh no!
Unless
Someone
you want
took
to try
the
to
coverings off.
intimidate the information out of people, but I don't recommend that.
Yeah, no. Oh, whoa, what the fuck? One moment. My character
Yells-
sheet is totally busted. It's just in like, what the fuck? Let me reload Roll20. Yeah, because it's literally just showing me hyperlinks.
It's fine for me on my end. I think it might just be a loading
Yeah.
issue for you.
That's what I'm reloading. Yeah, that was strange.
Oh no! Someone forgot to put the coverings over the electric sockets known as Society for Karya.
Yeah, there it goes.
He's walking around with a big fork.
Oh no!
Don't worry. I have a spell to find him.
Oh god, now everything is like, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened there. I'm just relaunching Simple Path.
In the meantime, I can just hit diplomacy for you if you wish.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because it's being funky.
14.
That's better than I had expected.
Okay.
Tall man comes up to you and says, "Where to find giant? Now, tell me."
Not that stupid.
But
But I am genuinely.
He's not.
sure.
He's not dumb. He's just kind of dense sometimes.
He's not
I just
Grognard.
imagine that's how other people who don't know Karya see him. You know?
Maybe sometimes, yes. That's definitely how. That's definitely how Wick Johnson sees him.
Wick Johnson.
Wick is short for Wickinson. Kara, you go back and forth between some people. Some of the people you try to stop on the street, like the vampires, just kind of coast past you. They pay you no mind. When you say, "Excuse me," or "Hey, can I get some help?" Mostly people just kind of ignore you. Eventually, you are able to talk to one individual, a goblin.
Oh.
He and several of his buddies are leaned up on a set of steps. A set of stone steps leading up to what looks to be some sort of boarded up house. As you find you kind of wandered into a less nice area.
Oh, good. I'm in gang territory.
Perhaps it's just like 3 or 4 of them, kind of leaning up, just talking to each other. You approach, towering over them. Looming, one would say. As you then ask them, "Hey, where can I find a giant?" Or is that how you put it? How would you put it?
It would definitely be I'm looking for the giants. I was pointed towards the giants.
They look towards each other and say, at one of them, like with a toothpick, sort of like prying between his sharp teeth, looks between him and his buddies and says, "Tried looking in the mirror?"
No,
Yes, I'm a giant.
Oh my lord, I'm a giant. No, well, you see, no, perhaps I have misspoke. I'm looking for a smith, and the smith I spoke to was unable to complete my request, so I was of the understanding that he could not do it, and therefore I had to find the giant as he suspected me to. So, I've only...
The goblin, like, lips kind of pursed together, the toothpick kind of going back and forth across his mouth, sort of like passes it between his lips back and forth. See, this is... Wait, you mean like an actual giant?
Well, I suppose. I need something with the capacity to potentially kill dragons, and I was under the assumption that he could not do it, and so I was...
Buddy, you know there's like
set out...
magic weapons that can kill giants and stuff. They're like legends and shit, right?
Yes, so I was intending to have something forged.
They look at you and it's like, yeah, fucking Grognard the Dragon Slayer.
Well, I am a dragon, and I am...
Well, what the hell were you trying to get made that needs a giant?
Well, I was... How do I put this? Something that could eventually lop off the head of my father?
This is such a crazy conversation to have with a random goblin in the village.
Yeah,
Really big sword to kill my dad.
It's about right. Yeah, the look between them just kind of grows more and more confused and incredulous as they just look into it and go like, "Yeah, Ari." The term I would use for Karya is not himbo in this case. He's definitely a category of his own. I think of all the things, Karya does kind of fit the actual definition of a barbarian.
Yeah.
Not just like the class definition of a barbarian. This man is... It's not like too pure, too good and too pure. He's weirdly innocent, but in a way where it's like might get pulled into a back alley and shanked and taken for all his money kind of innocent. Like, what do you call it? Like oblivious, floral shirt wearing tourist walking through downtown Brompton, kind of innocent. But yes, they look between each other and they're like, "Oh my god, this guy's fucking serious."
Yes, my father. I recently came across, some rather large creatures, and though I became their king for a time, I had to go. I had to go on a bit of a journey, and now that I've returned, and I'm frankly no fan of the Mordani Confederacy, as I don't believe in most of their practices, I was hoping to, move on, but you see, recently These random goblins are getting this whole talk, by the way. Just recently I had returned thought to my father, Orthos.
One of the goblins is taking out like a notepad and a pen at this point. He's noting this down. It's like one of the other ones is like, "No, what the fuck are you doing? I'm gonna tell the guys about this later over the drinks."
He elbows the other one in the shoulder. He's like, "Hey, get a load of this guy."
Get a load of this guy. Yes, and my father was an ancient dragon, and I realized that if my power is to eventually come to his, I will not grow in size. Though Vair, my dragon, hello Vair, yes.
And they notice the dragon. They're like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
He's just there staring at them.
Yes, eventually I do suspect that my brother here will indeed reach the size of Orthos. I don't believe I will, and thus
They're looking between each other. One of them is going like this. It's fucking insane. Someone needs to get this guy committed.
And though Vair, my dear brother here, is indeed powerful as a dragon, he will only get stronger, but I will not grow in size. And so I need a weapon akin to that of a dragon's claw. And so I had hoped, with the money I had received from Stanislav, I would have been pointed in the direction of someone who could make me a weapon that could potentially one day, if my father would ever attempt to challenge my rule, I could swiftly snuff him out.
Okay. Look, I can't even believe I'm humoring this. You know, dragon claws are sharp, right?
Well, yes,
and they tend to be a lot smaller than the dragons, and they're usually not big enough to, like, with one claw slice off another dragon's head.
So you're saying I need to make multiple of these weapons?
No!
Oh.
No, I can't. I don't even want to picture you with like 5 of these, like one between your teeth, one between your butt cheeks, or something.
Not like General Grievous.
General Orthos, hello there.
General Orthos.
No, look, I don't even want to imagine that because that I wouldn't put it past you to try and make that work. It's frigging Mordani army knife of a frigging great blade. Okay. What I mean is, you don't need something that big to kill something. Even if the thing is big, you don't need the biggest possible thing to kill it. Yeah, there are armies that shoot ballistas at dragons to bring them down, but that's like siege weaponry, not something one person holds.
Yes, well, that's what I was actually suspecting I would need. Siege weaponry, except you see, how do I put this? Is there like a small tree nearby that I can just rip out of the ground? Well, I need to explain this.
Yeah,
let me know when I can
you're coming up to this little plaza where you see Karya going up to this withered tree sprouting up out of the ground in what remains of a park. And he grabs it, and it starts to creak. And Karya, out of the periphery of your vision, you see several tall, skull-masked individuals with halberds starting to look your way.
Yeah, I'll kind of go, "No, I'm sorry. I'm explaining that I have been able to lift fully loaded carts. I'm very the intricacies of this hellish place.
They just regard you and say nothing.
I was actually hoping that I mean, if this is not necessary, it's fine. I just thought it would be funny if I could use the spell Helping Hand to find him
Oh.
because it is
Oh.
a 5-mile radius.
Julian immediately thinking
No.
Siren's gonna help me rip the tree out of
No,
the
no,
ground.
no. It's
like, oh no!
You are
I don't need
eventually
it, I-
able, through just a bit of looking around, able to find him because he does stick out. He's in a place now where he's not
Okay.
caught up in a crowd.
okay. Very
Yes,
good.
but as I was saying, I'm just still talking to these goblins. Just like as I was saying, I
Karya?
suppose I've torn down a building. Oh, Siren, hello.
Hello. Can I talk to you for a moment?
Yes, of course. I was just speaking with my new companions here.
Very
Oh, hey,
nice, very nice.
cool.
Wonderful
His
new
handler
friends.
showed up. Awesome.
My
were going to
apologies.
point-
Please
well, they
ignore
were-
him.
They were going to point me in the direction of a giant that the smith that we had spoken
Hey,
to.
when did this one
recently-
break out of the loony bin,
Ah.
or was it the pound?
Please don't be mean to my friend. Karya, I actually had something to tell you relating to that whole giant thing, if I may, and I kind of pull him aside to like close to like an alleyway so we can talk in private, and I say,
Alleyway, you say?
like a normal one, not
A
like
normal
a
alleyway
shady
in
one.
Mordan,
We are
I
in
see.
the ghetto.
I
normal
pull him to
alleyway
the
in
side
Mordan.
of like, I don't know. Let's go to like, let's find a
I'm
fountain
kidding.
and just sit
I'm
by
kidding.
the
I'm not
fountain.
going to make a deal out of it. This is this sort of a plaza, so there would be kind of a dried up fountain sitting in it.
Yeah, just like a place that doesn't have like people, walking through.
I mean,
Um,
not walking through, but you still have the goblins off to the side, just kind of joking
Yeah.
between each other, elbowing each other, laughing.
yeah, like a park bench or something.
Yeah.
And I sit down with him and I say, Karya, so I understand it was very abrupt the way that that weaponsmith kicked you out of his shop. But afterwards, I did end up buying a pair of weapons from him, and in doing so, he revealed to me that the whole bit about him talking about you commissioning a giant for this weapon of yours that you want, he was just joking. That isn't possible because giants don't make weapons for people. They just live on their own, and they don't like to talk to anyone who isn't a giant themselves. At least that's what I understand from him explaining it.
No, that's perfect. I actually understand that as I had seen from Orthos and his compatriots, he was very unkind to anybody who wandered into his den who was not another dragon, and sometimes even if they were another dragon,
Yes.
well, that's even more. That's even better.
Well, so you see, they value their privacy and they like to be left alone. So I think for this weapon that you want, maybe consider something. How do I put this? If you want the best effect in defeating your enemies in battle, don't go for something big and heavy. Try going for something precise and effective.
So you're telling me to take Vark's weapon or something of the sort.
Well, his is a rapier. I mean, it doesn't have to be that thin, but he did say that this weapon that you have envisioned would be much more effective if it was less wide on the sides. Lacking in girth, if you will.
Not overcompensating, what I'm saying.
Not overcompensating. I see, this is difficult for me because
No,
I
that's
was
okay.
never-
I will. If you, I suppose the man will teach it better. Now that I understand he was joking with me, I will go speak to him right now. And Akari is just gonna
I
start walking.
pull him aside and I say, please don't. He would not appreciate to talk to you ever again, I don't think. What I'm trying to say is, I don't understand the whole draconic mentality because it was never taught to me, but from interacting with you, I understand that you seem very, you seem to think that we need big, heavy, explodey, bloodthirsty things to defeat enemies in battle and to conquer and choke out our foes, but understand there are far easier and more effective ways of doing that don't involve, beating people in with a giant tree.
Well, yes, I did try that, but the troglodytes had seemingly only solidified my original point. When I attempted to be diplomatic, well, I suppose that was just them.
Well, I know diplomacy won't always work. You will have to resort to defending yourself properly. a lot of times, actually, from what it seems. But,
Almost constantly.
well, yes, we do come into a lot of trouble. How do I put this?
You nearly strangled Hello Hello.
We're not going to talk about that.
Well,
Here's what I will
I'm
say
not done
is
burying
true.
that trauma.
What I'm trying to say is true strength comes from you. It comes from within, not from the weapon you're wielding. The bigger the weapon doesn't mean the stronger you are. Strength needs to be yours to wield. You need to be as effective with a small blade as you are with a large one. Do you understand?
Well, of course, I've used plenty of weapons, and I mean that's why I was attempting to teach the goblin friends that I had just acquired that if I could yank the tree out of the ground, that it would at least be of some consequence to my strength. It's okay, I understand what you mean. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I see. I mean, if you want something big, you could just use the tree. You know.
Ah, yes, the dragon beating tree.
The dragon beating tree.
It's like the
Siren
it's like the
chuckles to
great
herself.
Chinese legend of the dog beating stick, but it's for beating dragons.
If you
So
look
just-
in, if you look in tavern menu, we're currently comparing Karya the
Not
donkey.
tavern. Not tavern. Simple path.
Simple path.
Simple path.
I wish I could send an image. Karya the barbarian.
That's beautiful. But yes,
So Siren just chuckles to herself and says, I'm kidding. Obviously, it's not practical to use a tree in battle since you won't be able to carry it everywhere.
Well, there's absolutely nothing stopping me. I've hoisted carts. I'm pretty certain that I could have honestly knocked over one of those houses.
Well, how are you going to drive our cart if you're also holding a tree with all of us inside of the same cart?
It's a big cart.
Well, I mean, not for an entire tree.
We kept a bullet's carcass in there and wyvern parts as well as enough.
Carcass.
I dissected bullet's carcass. That is fair.
You peeled the shell off of it. You didn't have the whole fucking body in there.
That is true. I digress. Either way, I believe I should go speak with the smith. I appear to have offended him by pointing out his ineptitudes.
Well, if you do want to apologize, perhaps I should go in first to give him a warning that you're coming. But we could go back there if you'd like.
Can I get perception from the both of you?
Yep.
Sure. Should Vair also do it because he's also here?
You know what? Fair. Yes.
Let's give it a shot. Roll 20 is really not my ally today.
24.
Alrighty, we'll do a perception on Karya, and Vair's I can't roll because it's not loading his.
Why did you get the vibe that you were about to say, and I call a raise? I don't know why.
I call a raise, yeah, I'll call a raise.
And then you fail.
For some reason, I can't roll Vair's. It's just infinitely loading. I don't know what's up with my roll 20 today. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it might just be. Maybe you need to empty your cache. That might be it.
Yeah, I'll attempt it later. It's just being strange.
Okay. In that case,
yeah, I rolled Karya's. I just couldn't get his.
Collapse this. Can actually see. Vair is just kind of lazily lounging on the cobblestones.
Sorry.
He's just kind of splayed out on the cobblestones, watching this little heartfelt conversation. This one about how you can find your inner strength within by not trying to beat everything with the biggest stick you can get your hands on. Also, being able to sheath your weapon is useful. All those good things. Siren. As this conversation is wrapping up, you talk about going to potentially give the smith a warning that he's coming back to speak to him, and then you notice something that might have escaped your notice otherwise, because would have otherwise been a bit harder to notice.
Notice.
You're slowly becoming surrounded. As it now comes to your attention, are those goblins before are kind of stalking in your direction, and there's more of them now. As they've come out from between the alleys, they're kind of forming up into a line. And then you look the other way, and you see there's also a line of other short folk, specifically in this case, halflings. We're also kind of lining up on the other side. And where you're sat in between on the bench, you're now in between two lines, almost like a game of Red Rover. Halflings, goblins. And you're seeing daggers, knives, clubs come out.
Are they directing this attention at us
Oh no,
or each other, like a gang war?
You're able to see with your perception that their eyes aren't on you. In fact, they're looking
they're
right
looking.
past you, even between your legs.
Are they doing this in front of the guards as well, who were looking?
The guards are just regarding them coolly. You don't know if this is if they're waiting for something to act on.
They're looking past me.
They're looking at each other.
At each other.
Yeah, they're looking past each other at each other. They pass you guys at each other, and then they start to slowly take steps towards one another. You can tell some of them are trying to do the Mordani thing of trying to loom over them, but obviously it's not working. You can tell just at a glance that short folk and Mordan are clearly at a disadvantage when it comes to that. In fact, as I believe that was explained to you by
the size difference thing.
The owner of the tea shop.
Yeah, I remember.
And
out of sheer curiosity,
Mhm.
I also pick up on this, yes, or is it only Cyril?
You take a bit longer to pick up on it.
Yeah, seeing this, knowing that looming is a thing here at the very least, can I attempt to just do a simple intimidate between the both of the groups
Sure.
with a size bonus? Because I think I'm a size larger than them.
You are. You get a +4.
I will give it a shot. So I have a +22 to this roll.
Wow.
Roll
as,
one.
That would still be a 23. That is a 40. That would be a 40 with the first.
Okay.
Oh my god.
As you stand up to full height and you loom over everybody. Which both crowds of small folk just kind of bulk away, and one of the goblins goes, "Hey, what the hell, man? This doesn't involve you! The fuck you looming like that at us for? You want to get shanked?"
I'll snap my gaze to that one.
He immediately pulls back. It's like, hey, the fuck you involving yourself in this for? There's another one off the side, and with the half is like, "Yeah, man, this is our business. Get the fuck out of here. This ain't your side of town."
Yes, I believe we may have gotten caught up in something. However, I'll kind of motion to the guards and go, "They're just going to come and cut you down. The Mordani don't care about you. They only care about their own interests. That's been very blatantly clear." Complete difference when it comes to this, by the way.
Yeah, no, which they all look between each other like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Well, they're going to kill you.
No, they're not.
Oh.
Well, are they
look
just
between
going
each other,
to let you kill each other?
They're all just kind of pointing to each other and go like, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
I am Karia Orthos.
That's a dumb name.
I suppose someone named
Your
Little
face is
Fist
dumb.
Your shanks are long and your face is dumb.
I apologize, Littlefoot Small Height. I didn't
I'll
mean
get
to
out of
offend
here,
you.
you fucking twat.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
you
of
fucking
course.
tourist. Get out of here. Fuck off.
Well, at least the goblins were nice enough to point me in the direction of where I may find the giants.
Wait, we didn't do that. The fuck are you talking about?
You will eventually. You were about to. You
No,
told me
wasn't. I don't know any fucking giants. The fuck are you on about? This guy's delusional. Put him back in the loony bin. You, pointy ears. You're like a sight minder or something.
that. She's also a dragon. She just doesn't talk about it. Except until very recently, where she just brought up that she said we.
Karia, please stop. All of you, are you trying to kill each other? What's going on? Is
This guy
this
thinks
civil
he's
war?
a dragon and he thinks his girlfriend's a dragon. What the fuck is this?
Who are you? I leave and turn to one of the guards. And I regard him and I say, please, can you stop a possible civil war from occurring before there's further bloodshed?
The man is, I got like a good 1.5 on you, with the long
I look
draping
up at
black
him and
robes
say
and
this.
the wide shoulders, halberd in hand, peering down at you through the silvery skull mask. It says nothing.
Out of curiosity, can I also lean over to the guards and go, I can handle this, I believe, in... How many are there?
The guard, for the first time, speaks to him, says, please don't interfere.
No, they won't die. I'll just have my dragon
Please
breathe
do
fire
not.
on them.
Please do not
Wait.
interfere.
Wait, why not? Do you want to let them kill each other?
23rd statute of Mordan law. Outsiders are not permitted to interfere with legal business.
This is legal matters.
Yes.
Oh.
This is a legal matter between two parties.
Well, I suppose I won't crush the ones. I won't crush their
At which point,
except one later.
now that you've moved over to the side out of the way, the goblins and the halflings begin advancing on one. And rather than try to loom anymore, they begin to crouch low, poised. They become within striking distance of one another, lined up line by line. Then they begin to circle one another. Each one seems to almost pick out a partner as they walk around in circles. And then, with the free hand that isn't holding a weapon, they begin to...
Oh my god, they're snapping
They're
at each
fucking
other.
Oh my
snapping at each other
God.
threateningly.
Oh, it's the
Searing
raccoons.
mega face palms.
I see that their customs are far different than what I expected.
The small folk cannot loom, therefore they have found a different way of trying to assert dominance upon
Oh, I hope
such
that
is
doesn't
life in
involve
the, in
violence.
the lower social rungs of Mordan.
I see. Well, I believe I have to get back and apologize to that man, so I will go and do that. I hope they have fun with their dance, I believe.
Yes, yes, indeed. And I start pushing Karya towards the direction back to that smith.
Yeah, while she's
The guard
doing that,
just
Kari's gonna
watches you
kind of
go.
turn. Yeah, Kari's gonna kind of turn at this point and go, I absolutely hate everything about this city.
Perhaps
I
you should
understand.
leave then.
Well, I have business.
Shame.
I'm going back to the blacksmith, but...
And when we get there, I will go in first, kind of assuming that the door has one of those bell things, so I'll open the door
it
so the
does.
bell jingles, and I'll peek through without entering it entirely. I'll peek through, see if I can
gnome's
find
head
the blacksmith.
Come up over the desk and says, "You're back soon? Any complaints about the sickles?"
Oh, no complaints at all. That was a wonderful purchase. You're very kind for offering them to me. I just... listen, my friend,
Is it about...
I had a
it's about the
conversation with
oath.
him. Yes, he's come to apologize after the conversation I've had with
Has
him.
he come to correct me, or has he come to actually apologize?
He's come to actually apologize. But if he does correct you, I will correct him.
Closes his eyes, takes a deep breath. One chance.
All right. And with her foot still holding the door open, she'll turn back to Kari and say, "You have one chance to set things straight with this man. Please, don't offend him anymore."
Well, I didn't intend to offend him the first time.
She'll open the door so they can go in.
He'll lean under, I suppose, and step in and go, I now understand that it was a joke. Hello, I apologize. It was a jest at your request to find a giant.
In the future, I suggest steering clear of words such as inept. Such words can wound someone's professional pride. And the path of smithing is sole passion in their life that they strive for perfection. And when a accomplished smith says as an expert that something is not possible within the realms of technique, that they not be called inept for not being able to, perhaps incapable while still burning somewhat would have been more accurate, as it is quite factually correct. I am not capable. I would barely even try and assert myself as being able to work adamantine. It is something reserved for the skilled of smiths, let alone
Yes.
something so large. And when I insinuated that you should seek out a giant, I thought perhaps as someone who looked like they inhabited the snowy wastes, mountains, living further to the north, you would have at least some knowledge about giants, inhospitable they can be. So when I insinuated that, I did so with the mental image of you being slowly smeared across a mountainside.
Yes, I do speak giant. I just have never actually encountered them. They are elusive.
I assume you spoke giant with giant kin, with giants themselves.
Yes,
They barely
And he'll
even
kinda-
speak with their descendants.
Yeah, at this point he'll kind of lean forward, like on not like to loom, but to kind of
Come
not even
level.
lean forward. He likes, yeah. This city is quite strange for me.
Oh yes,
my
it's
father.
It's filled with strange customs.
Yes, I appear to be an odd one out, which I expected coming here. I'm no fan of Mordani policy, and frankly, Stanislav is the first one that I've found that is, in truth, not reprehensible to some extent.
He kind of narrows his eyes and says, "How well do you actually know the Mordani?" Because
simply based off of how do I put this? I am aware of their customs and
Are you?
inevitable to some extent.
it doesn't sound like you are. It sounds to me like you're basing this on anecdotes and things you've heard in passing. Drawn quite a bit of conclusions about a culture you don't know.
Perhaps. It's a very draconian way of thinking. Understand that I only left my father's side some time ago after, well,
Perhaps
his
it's good
cave
that
was
you did eventually do so.
Well, indeed. However, my intentions of finding a weapon so large was to mimic that of my father. He was a dragon. And though I have found that some people don't understand or believe me, I do not ingest. I am quite at a loss. And my previous weapons have failed me, and I had hoped for something that could become, well, like a talon. My brother, and he'll kind of point out the door to Vair. He's a dragon in his own right, and he will eventually grow in size and eventually perhaps even tower over my father, ancient as he is. I was in need of something large, and though I did not know, I do have some proficiency in that armor smithing. I know nothing of weapons, and I was unable to find our weaponsmith, who perhaps could have dissuaded me.
I very much, and this is not an aspersion towards you, but I very much doubt you, even with a forge of appropriate size. You would need a small army of master weaponsmiths. If indeed you could collect a group of people like that to all work on it in tandem. Resources you would need for that. I don't think you'd be able to master it.
Not
But
yet,
that's
at least.
in the first place, I think you're barking up the wrong tree. I think you're coming at it. Indeed, a large weapon could best capitalize on your unique strength. You seem like quite strong. But technique is one part, but also having a proper weapon that functions not just as something that can hurt, something that can maim, cripple, and kill. There's a reason why dragon claws are regarded as being so lethal. And it's not because they're big and there's a huge amount of strength behind it. That's one part of it. But dragon claws are so lethal because of the grace and the technique and the shape of them. They are thin at the point as razors. They are wielded by deft hands with centuries of practice behind them. They rake and they cut and they carve innards. They are tools of surgical dismemberment. They do not crush, they don't smash, they don't oppress. That's what the dragon's presence is for. If you want a dragon claw, I can see about getting one. If only in the interest, for one, sparing the world the tragedy of a humongous amount of adamantine going to waste, if we should be able to get enough. But potentially, actually, having a legend of a weapon. Adamantine grain. Made not just to mimic the effects of, but mimic the shape and form of a dragon's claw. That would be a work of inspiration. I don't think it would turn out quite how you envision it, but it would be much more manageable. I think significantly.
I see.
I think
I don't have.
You strike me as a straightforward sort, but I think you're being, at least in your approach with the weapon, too straightforward. You said yourself, you know nothing of weaponsmithing, and that is good to admit. I know nothing of armor smithing. When it comes to blacksmithing, I know the most is the basics, how to make a nail, how to shoe a horse. But weaponsmithing is my expertise. I can tell you what you're trying to make, something deserving only of brutes. And even then, it's frankly a bit ridiculous. But with proper technique, vision, I could make you something better. Or not, perhaps not me, but someone else. I could facilitate it. Take time and resources, but it could happen, and you wouldn't have to journey to the mountains and hope you could convince a giant to make you a blade, which I don't would be. Indeed, knowing now that this comes not from a place of willful ignorance, but a place of ignorance that is far on your head, I would actually feel bad if I sent you off into a situation like shoeing a lamb instead.
Well, I do appreciate your help, as I won't fill your head with what I've been told is delusions of grandeur, but I'm trying to take back my home. And it lurks in the mountains.
Does that home have dragons?
It once did. I don't know if they're still there, but interlopers, for what it is, have taken what was once ours, and I've taken it upon myself to make a safe haven for people such as myself, who don't fit in, and, well, I have a following, to some extent.
Well,
about 5 of them.
I would propose that perhaps you need a weapon that can kill more than just dragons. It's a bit more... my idea, at the very least, would perhaps be a bit more versatile, less cumbersome. Especially that. Adamantine is not a light metal.
Well, I don't need it to be.
No, I mean it would be nearly impossible to balance. You would absolutely struggle to. Doesn't matter how strong you are. If a weapon is not properly balanced, it's going to impair your swing it.
Well, then I will take your suggestions and point me in the direction, and I will see to it that something is made.
This is not going to be something that can be in even a month. In the meantime, I can get you situated with a proper weapon, one that maybe won't match up to adamantine, but will suit you. I think will give you options, and will hopefully hold you over in time. Between then and now, though, I don't think there's enough adamantine in Mordan to be able to make a decently sized weapon. And so, I would think your part of the bargain would need to be to source enough adamant.
Well,
I will search in my circles to see if there is a smith capable and willing to make this for you.
I believe I can speak with Stanislav. His operation is back up and running. No, not running, but up.
Oh, if Stanislav is able to source adamantine, then
I do want to apologize again. I have just come off of working with troglodytes I have currently become the leader of, and it's still a bit... I may be a bit... what's the word that Vark used? Uncouth, I think is the word.
Though, in exchange, I would offer my own apology. I did lose my temper, and as much as I scolded you for being quick to conclusions about the Mordani, I was quick to make... I was too caught up in my own outrage. You two,
Oh,
nods to
no
Siren
hug.
through the door. You both live in very, very interesting lives. More reason why
yes.
your lives being cut short would be tragic. So, hopefully, in the future we'll have good news. And I will stay in contact with Stanislav then. I will inform him, and then perhaps he can inform you, if at some point I am able to find a capable smith. And in the meantime, you or Stanislav can see about sourcing enough metal for you. And then, perhaps, in your travels, you'll find yourself back here. Have a brand new sword.
That or it could be shipped. I believe I'm going to be with the... What is the name? The... Siren, what is the name of the people that Vark have been not stolen by, but recruited from?
Oh.
The intellectuals.
Yes, the sages, the archivists,
Society Quadrat.
the Society Quadratica.
Indeed. Well, if you're with them, they do have very good couriers. Perhaps. Perhaps. Well then. Nothing's laid in stone just yet. This will require quite a bit of money. But I will stay in communication. And I suppose if there's one lesson to take away from it, it's to not be so hasty.
Indeed.
That goes for myself as well, I will admit.
Now,
I would
hug it out, you two.
don't
Come on.
push it.
Big hugs.
Don't push it.
All right.
But sorry, I would genuinely recommend that perhaps even if you don't like the Mordani, even if you don't intend to stay here for very long, perhaps give them some credit and an actual chance. Because I've heard these kinds of things before. And yes, they are draconian, they are ironclad in how they stick to their laws, but their laws themselves are not I would not be running a business here otherwise. Indeed, you would think someone of my stature would not do well in a country whose entire social structure depends on who can loom them the best. I got as far as I could because of my mercantile capabilities, my business sense, and my craftsmanship. That meritocracy is one of the great shining lights of the Mordani Confederacy, and what, in my mind, puts them above the papacy, Eridine. If I could afford it, and if there was as much business, I might move to the Quadrangle. That wouldn't be as feasible, and there wouldn't be nearly as much traffic. Mordan is a well-known thoroughfare. It's a business port. It's known for its fair and even-handed laws in terms of business. Yes, there are some ugly blemishes, such as the indentured servitude past death is only ever with a signed contract. There are most certainly families here that push that. Generally looked down upon, seen as distasteful. And those are also reforms, if I remember correctly, that I heard Stanislav pushing to have repealed. Changed. Alternate forms of work found for those who are unable to fulfill their debts in life. But that's politics, and I don't care. But what I mean is I've heard these sorts of things from people passing through, sitting in cafes, or coming through as tourists, or part-time workers. And it's usually from people who heard from other people who heard from other people. Just as much as I would not want anybody to think that the Quadranon is a bunch of wine-swilling, cheese-eating layabouts that don't work all day. I don't want people to think of the country I decided to live in as a literal pit of witches.
Well, I suppose you have a point.
To be fair, you don't have to like it. If you give it a chance and find you don't, I understand. This is most certainly not the country for everyone. Custom made for vampires, for goodness sake. Good place. Sorry. Interrupted.
I don't suppose you have anything shiny or can point me in a direction as her fancy those.
Oh, the sickles, yes. I don't. I usually don't carry anything that big, because usually I can't lift it. There should be over in the east side smith with something as to larger products for discerning less sized customers.
I see. Well, it's worth a shot. A lot easier to find than a giant.
Oh, by leaks. In this case, you'll be dealing with a fearful. Someone who you might be familiar, at least a people you might. Since you said you could speak giant.
That I could. Well, then I will be off, and if you do have any word on the smith that you wish to source and this dragon claw of a weapon, yes, thank you.
Well then, wish you all a good night, and be careful. And he then points to Sir and says, and keep an eye on him.
I will. Don't worry.
Very good.
I gotta go find this fear ball.
Okay.
Before we do, can we stop by a armor shop on the way?
Sure, but I think we have. I don't want to leave Hollow out though, so I'll say we can come back to us later.
Okay.
For the armor.
Thank you.
You're looking for a buckler, I believe, was the thing. Or
I was, but I mean, I got my sickle back, and I still have my shield. I don't know if a buckler would be that much better. It has the same AC buff as a shield. It's just the lighter. No, it doesn't.
No. It only gives a +1 to AC.
Isn't a shield also +1?
No,
+2?
you're thinking 5e. 5e buckler and shield and everything is all the same. There are different classifications of shields in Pathfinder.
Light shields are a +2 to AC, but take up your whole hand. Bucklers, you can have things in that hand where you have a buckler equipped. It's a +1 to AC, but a penalty to any actions you take with it.
Oh, I wrote it down wrong then, because on the PFSRD page I saw it was. This is a light steel shield quick draw. On the page it said it was +1, but it might be +2 then. I can change that. Regardless, I just want to buy that Mithril breastplate.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a thing for.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? You would like because it's not a magical item. It's just made of mithril, so it's just more expensive. Yeah, that you could just buy that well enough. It would be a big purchase, but you would find yourself with a breastplate, which gives you a +6 to AC, has a max of +5 to for Dex, and no check penalty.
How much would it cost in total?
The price of the breastplate, plus the price of masterworking.
I think it's like an extra 1,000,
No.
or it's something like
1,000 would be
not
for
that.
the magical enchants.
Oh,
It's either 350 or 500. I forget which one.
I believe it's. We got masterwork armor. 150 gold. So it would be the price of the breastplate plus 150. How much does a breastplate cost?
It is loading.
Breastplates.
On this one, it says 200 gold.
100. So it would be 350. So 4,350.
Okay. I will deduct that and buy that. Oh, but before I do, magical items and armor in Pathfinder, is it similar to 5e in that you can take a normal piece of armor, and enchant it, or does it have to be made with magic to begin with?
It can be like one of the best things about Pathfinder in 3.5, in my opinion, is that you can just like get a normal piece of armor and then slowly increase the enchantments over time. Have something that's amazing.
Okay.
You don't have to
So
buy a new magic item to replace the old one every single time.
There is one little caveat. If it's a mundane piece of armor or weapon, for example, so non-magical, yeah, has masterwork before you can make a magical. That being said, there is actually a spell, I believe.
That masterworks an
Clerics
item.
might get it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It is a spell that automatically you spend the gold cost and it just masterworks a mundane item, so it's ready for enchantment. You pay the gold cost you would otherwise pay, but it circumvents the fact that a mundane item can only be made masterwork. You can't masterwork it afterward.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because typically, as per the crafting rules, masterworking requires a masterwork component.
Okay.
But yes,
That makes sense.
Yes,
You said
one of
it's
the best.
4,500?
4,350.
4,350. I'll
One of the
talk
nice
to
things about
Chico
having
later about possibly enchanting it.
One of the nice
If
things
it's
about
possible.
having a magic crafter in a group is the fact that they're able to slowly ramp up your equipment over time.
Indeed.
Yes. Rem, what is the for? Are you about to correct me? About that mundane to masterwork? Is it a temporary thing? I remember you wanted to pick it up in that campaign we do. Well, what is it? Yes. While he's going to talk about that, maker clan. Ah, okay. Yeah, you just need a cleric of creation, I believe it is. Yeah. Ah, okay. Hello. I'm sorry it took this long.
It's okay. I've just been in the
It is a
corner.
spell group. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Take your kneecaps later. It's okay. Anyways,
I'm sorry.
I need these to not use.
I need these to not you.
He's already getting foot troubles. Leave his knees alone, goddammit.
Gonna break his fucking knee.
Yeah, just leave my ankles alone. But yes. Hello. You, following the portent of your vision, God.
Yeah.
You try and find a place in the city that's similar. best place you can find, and it probably makes the most sense, is down by the docks. Can I get either a knowledge local or a perception?
My knowledge local is shit, so.
Tends to be for most people who aren't rogues or slayers or vigilante birds.
Perception, however, is a little bit better. 24.
Nice. Ugh, okay. Rightio. So you try and find a place on the wharf that fits the vision you. And after a bit of scouring around, looking, you start to recognize the algae slick walls as you take a ramp down to like the very edge of the wharf, down to what almost seems like a lip where the ocean laps up against it. Where you also find some caging and grating, which leads it to a sort of a nook and a hideaway underneath the wharf. And stepping in, there's a series of pipes. Obviously, at one point these were sewer drainage, but there's no trace of sewage coming through here anytime recently. Which is probably why whoever was residing here, as you can see, traces of an old fire, divots in the ground where bodies might have been sleeping. There's evidence of people sleeping here. And on the walls even, in chalk, and not chalk, in seashells, sort of scratched against the wall. You can see shards of it. They used clamshells and other such to, almost like chalk, to grind it against the stone wall to make drawings that have faded and dripped a bit. But you see embolisms of symbolisms and emblems that resemble crashing waves. You see some sort of serpentine creature. So the upper half of it seems to have faded a little bit, or a lot. You see, I think is meant to be an image of a beach. There's drawings of of schools of fish. Very simplistic, but they're there. But also stranger things, more familiar things, as you see an image of a great frilled beast leaning over something that looks smaller, gripping a shattered spear. And then something more familiar, as you see a sort of filled in body, a stick figure walking along, I think it's meant to be a road, flanked by two little four-legged creatures.
Interesting.
Start to recognize that that's meant to be an image of you.
Looking down at Holo will say, "Well, I can see one of three things being here. Someone was given a prophetic vision. 2, someone's been stalking me. Or 3, Mom's playing a prank. But I doubt it's that third one.
She's really not the type for joking. And as much as like the people back at the island like to play a good joke, she's usually deadly serious. As for the whole stalking you thing, I don't know anybody that want to stalk you through the friggin' snow plains. So my guess is when you went on that little spirit trip with my help, you weren't the only one she talked to.
So I suppose
Maybe she
her reach.
You to talk to one another.
I see.
Set up a place.
I suppose her reach is. So I didn't expect her reach to come out all the way here, though.
If anything, I'm surprised her reach reached you all the way inland. Anywhere by the water is her domain.
Yes, but I haven't heard of any other cultures revering her. That it could just possibly be her names.
We are in a port. Who says it has to be this culture?
This is fair.
You then hear a clack and a jingle of something. Or clatter, more specifically. As stepping through the threshold of the bars into the little hidey hole. It's a paler looking individual. One with who's wrapped up in what looks to be warm clothing, but distinctly stylized in a way that you find familiar. With a lot of loose hanging cloths, rings in their hair. In this case, specifically a ponytail that comes down to their shoulders. As you see a older looking gentleman with his hair, the top of his hair pulled back in braided rows, and a face that is leathered, is the best way to put it, by years in the sun and by the sea. His frame is thin but lean. He carries himself with a sort of ache in his bones, it seems like. Like, movement hurts, but he's stoic enough to muscle through it.
Age pains, I take it.
Yeah. As he comes through, he regards you and says, "Good. Come."
I didn't expect the kahuna to be this far out.
I am no kahuna. I am simply just old. Well then, welcome to my little dream pipe. Have a seat if you wish.
I take it there's no...
He actually, wraps a hand up into a ball, and there's the ground around you, or underneath you, shifts, and then hardens into a stone stool.
Well, that's rather convenient.
Perks of being in good with Charlotte. Now, I was rather rudely disrupted from my sleep by a summoning from our mutual patron, our mother, Savage of the Ocean. She, as best as I could divine, requested as he lowers himself very slowly down onto the stool, I give guidance to the youngling in the school. She does not forbid the elders teaching the young, after all. Survive in the wild. Must also raise their children correctly. and you are a child of the tribe. So, as you then slowly around the corner, you see not a capybara. Oh, Lynn had to. Sully had to leave. Jane.
Yes, Sully had to head out.
Sully had to head out.
Yep.
Okay, get that bit. Yeah. Apologies to those pinging me behind the scenes. When I have OBS open, the ping does not sound for me. Right. So, the man sort of, around the corner, coming out of the pipe actually, slides a old one-eyed crocodile.
Like a huge crocodile, or like a caiman, like type of.
Like a caiman, actually.
Okay.
With the thin snout.
Mm-hmm.
As it slides up along next to him and sort of sits there, he says, so, you need guidance. Guidance with? What do you need?
Well, simply. Oh, go ahead.
I would think you'd come all this way and have some idea of what you need help with.
Well, a few things. One is more not necessarily just guidance, and typically how it is. Recently, as you know, with Mother, survival of the fittest is our doctrine. Yes.
Yes, that is true.
And
it is on the older generation to prepare the youngers so that they may survive.
Then what if you're in a group of just pure younger generation and you learn to care about them, but at the same time you want to stick to your main doctrine? What do you do in this case?
A small smile comes over his face and says, it sounds like you found your own little school to swim with. There's nothing wrong with that. Forming attachments. Indeed, caring for one another, keeping each other alive, is often instrumental to your own survival. After all, the thinner the herd, the easier it is to take it down and target it. It's never wrong to have friends, companion, perhaps even more family. To survive is all that Charlotte requires of you. If whatever else you do with your life is entirely not her purview, and she doesn't care. You can have friends, care for people, risk your life for them, and that's, depending on who you ask, a foolish decision, but ultimately your decision to take. What you would do if you form these attachments? Well, if you don't want to become a despair-racked mess, liable to throw himself into the mercies of the ocean, hold them dear, protect them, and protect yourself. It's quite simple, really.
I see. Well,
It sounds to me like you're battling a little bit of confusion when it comes to this.
you could say that, yes.
Understandable. You're young, or dealing with some confusing feelings. And, well, I'd be happy to. I don't do very much nowadays besides keep tabs on some of the movements of the Mordani shipments and feed information back to the home island. just in case they come knocking and try to buy our island or something like that. Some bastards.
Did you get word about what this one did? He's pointing to Lolo about what she did to the latest Shibaki merchant that decided to come in.
Not.
Well, he's missing a few scales where it probably matters the most. Or reproductive means.
He, a small and far too vicious smile plays across his old face, and he says, "Good. It's good to see the new guard defending. Well then, I could sit here all day and keep giving you all sorts of enlightening life advice, or we can get down to brass tacks and speak about the more, shall we say, applicable methods of continuing survival. How would you like to learn some more magic?"
Well, I was interested in increasing my repertoire.
Good. Diversity is the linchpin of life and survival. The more diverse your spells, the more prepared you are for different situations. It's all very well and good to rely on lethal and disabling spells, but sometimes the ability to turn a wall of rock into mud. He snaps his fingers, and the stool underneath him turns to mud and kind of slips out from underneath him, though he's still sort of sitting in the air. It means being trapped inside of a cave-in and suffocating to death or not. So yes, variety. Always good. So, I tell you to pull up a chair, but already solved that issue. Why don't we talk? And in the meantime, we'll let our emissaries have a chat with each other as well.
So I'm down one emissary. He had a recent,
You have two?
a smaller one.
More than likely sent along as a shadow to the orc. Probably learning the ropes. I'd like to do that.
He blew a fuse. Someone in my school, I suppose you could say, really irked him a tiny bit.
The ire of the Kupwa, the spirits, is a... See that. I can barely get mine to budge nowadays as he looks down to. It's Cayman, familiar. Though I think that is as much a commonality between the two of us as it is a matter of slowing down. We're both very docile. Good. Listen close. Got a lot to teach you. Oh, and of course, wish to actually enact your memorization of the magic, we're going to require components. To be doing a bit of shopping. More specifically, you're going to be doing a bit of shopping because I am not going to carry that much.
Well, I did just get paid.
Good. Plenty of money to spare then. And that, out of session, I'm going to hand you over a list of the spells he's going to be able to teach you, and you'll know how much gold you have to expend to copy those spells over.
Okay.
All right. We're getting close to session end, I think. Let's see. I think
There is like a few other things I guess I could ask him, but I don't know. Probably he would be like the
we
right.
can do that out of session, I think.
Okay.
Unless it's something that has significant role plays. But what I want to get done now is Karya getting his weapon and finishing off thing between Ko and Vark.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, Karia.
Yes.
Siren is able to get her breastplate. It's shiny. It's mithril. Glitters in the moonlight. Like, honestly, it's about as reflective as a disco ball. Shit is shiny.
Not surprised.
Yay.
You find your way over to the east end to this plus-sized weaponsmith. And it's true, everybody talks here in Mordan, in different professional circles, particularly ones where they're craftsmen of renown, or at the very least of some repute, tend to be talking to one another. Before you even get there, before you even get a word out of your mouth as you walk in to a significantly more spacious, in this case with plenty of overhead room, smithy that is blazing hot. There is a portly and large-armed individual behind the counter. As soon as you open the door and the bell jingles and you and Siren step a foot inside, you're blasted by a wave of hot air as the forge open to the inside sits on the other end of the counter, or the other side of the counter, up against the far wall. It is portly, large-armed individual who has about 2 feet on Eukaria.
Oh, wow.
Ceases hammering a large, hot slab of metal. Looks your way, away from his work. And then, with a couple more smacks of his hammer, finishing off the shaping, dunks it in a barrel where it hisses, and then he lays it to the side. Leans on his desk which creaks, and you hear the groan come up through your feet as the wood strains under. He says, you're the one that John spoke about. Or you're the one you're the dragon slayer, ain't you?
Well, I don't hope to be, but I may have to be.
Everybody dreams of killing a dragon once in their lives. Some succeed, some end up as cinders. Well then.
Well, less of a dream for me, more of a... Well, I hope I don't have to, but I am aware of how my father is. And,
revenge fantasy. Patricide, tale as old as time.
Perhaps not revenge, more so my father may not like if I threaten his rule. It's something I've thought of only recently.
There goes Plebby.
Yep,
Oh.
there he goes. He probably
There
has
he
to go to
is.
sleep as well because
And he's back.
it's crawling up. Oh, there he is. Okay, I just thought you left because it was crawling up to midnight. But yes,
No.
Yes,
No.
look. All right then. Semantics aside, I'm pretty straightforward to the point, and you strike me as being kind of the same. So, you're in the market for a big fuck-off sword, are you?
Something that... Well... Something that would strike fear, I suppose, and I can't think of anything other than a large blade, while my next project is being overlooked.
Something that inspires fear. Let's see. Well, you got any special training?
Well, I've never actually been properly trained.
That could be a problem. Look into that.
Well, I am not unwilling. I am, kind of like once over. I'm aware of my size.
Kind of looks you up and down. He's gauging you.
Well, my forebears have blessed me with strength, quite a number of it, and if a weapon may be too heavy for mortal men, well, I can't say I'm not a mortal man, but my strength, as often have been told at least, rivals that of some of their titans. If it's too heavy for normal, perhaps I can at least attempt.
Let's see. Oh, honestly, you seem like the type that likes to throw his weight around, by what you said.
I'm quite good at it,
Looking to
from what I've been told.
scare people. Well, most people that want to strike fear into the hearts of others with a big weapon, most go for like a two-handed sword, like a great sword, or if they're looking for a bit of on-the-fly versatility.
Perhaps I should clarify. I did not mean fear. Oh, I'm gonna have to talk about this quite a lot, I suppose. I needed to inspire leadership. I am quickly coming into an understanding that my draconian heritage has led me down a path of leadership that has been incorrect. And
oh yeah, dragons are shit leaders.
yes, I have been told, and
But
well,
yeah.
I've come to some
The
revelations.
fact of the matter is, we haven't had a dragon leader lead anything in a very long time. But from what I've gotten, at least a little bit from the stories I've heard, is they most of them just kind of suck at it because they're mostly
They're quite greedy.
Well, they're greedy. They rely on their presence and the stories they spread about themselves, as well as the lethality of their own physical bodies. But they build their empires around themselves, and then when they die, everything comes crashing down because everything was built around their central part in it, and there's nothing there to keep it going. There's no dynasty. Finer points of draconic politics and ship aside, good, because if you want to inspire people, that's a very different from scaring people, submission, or to working for you. That there's a man who once said it's better to be feared than loved, but it was for a very specific circumstance. Take it out of context. A leader that is loved has people's loyalty long term. A world where long term loyalty doesn't matter and death is quick and imminent. The pessimistic mindset rules. But if you're looking to establish something, or you're looking to lead a group, well, most people learn as they go, or they're born into it. But it usually takes a kind heart and an open ear. My tribe leader was very much the same. He was always ready to step up to a challenge, but also was never afraid to admit he knew something, because everybody in the tribe had their place. And indeed, when he stepped back and let them fulfill their place in the tribe, they were happier than letting him take over for it. It worked.
Which is, yes, it's precisely what I've learned myself.
Good. It's a good lesson.
I cannot do it all alone, but one thing I know I can do is I can defend the people who would, well, I would rule, and I need a weapon that would suit that. And though I have a dragon's claw, as Wick had put it, at least in his mind, I need something, at least for now, to tide over until that is complete. But if extra training is what is required for me to wield something like that, well, I suppose I would not be opposed. In fact, I would be quite excited.
Oh, you could always search out one of the... where do you think you're headed next? because if you're not going to be here for very long, I shouldn't recommend you a trainer.
I don't actually know how long until Vark and I leave. I believe we're all setting out for the name. Quadranon, thank you. I wanted to say quadruped, but that is not correct.
Oh well, they're proper, well known for their different swordsmanship schools. There, you can always find someone to train you there. I'm sure they've got plenty. They've got all kinds of schools there. There's even one for wielding a two-handed sword. So
This place seems strange.
well, it's a very quickly change. It's a very mercurial, very quickly changing culture. It's also divided up into 4 different countries, all of which have their own little quirks and strangeness. But they're all very... They're like a teenager, very quickly growing into their own, but not quite there yet. That said, if you look into Inspire, nothing quite says the dashing leader in the heat, a shining blade. So a sword might not be the wrong thing to go for. I would say, given your prodigious strength, the muscles I see, but also an as of yet unrefined technique, I would go with the long-standing favorite, that being a bastard sword. Until such a time as you find something that fits you better.
Yes, I believe it's going to take some time to collect the adamantine needed for this weapon.
Even smaller, it's going to take some time. The upside that a bastard sword would have on this is that should you be able to work out the technique, or at the very least improve enough with it, is that you'll be able to swing it around one-handed if you should so wish, if you want to pair it with a shield or something else, like a parrying dagger. There's even some eccentrics who have done that and made a school out of it, but they're guarded. Regardless. A bastard sword cuts deep. It's a large blade. It's heavy. It's very effective, and it's well known and well regarded for a reason. If you would rather just go whole hog and you're not worried about having, if you're not worried about having both hands occupied, you could just go for a greatsword.
Yes, I'm often better with 2 than anything extra.
It would allow you to get the full force of your muscles behind it too.
Yes, precisely. I recall the barbarians in the north had massive weapons, deadly axes, and they were brutish, but
The weapon you described to me makes me think less of the barbarians. Makes me think more of the orcs in the steppes. I think they are the only person I have ever heard of make a weapon. Even then, usually only wielded by their most mighty champions, because, for one, getting enough metal in a place like that is difficult. And then it would be reserved for people of status who would be able to wield something with that, made of that much metal. And it would be menaced with spikes, it would be crude, and indeed, the main stopping power behind it would be the sheer weight of it. I can offer you, at the very least, something that can sub in for the time being. If you would rather rely on something with 2 hands and then perhaps... thank you, Celeste, for the self-care. If at some point you would perhaps have something... find the weapon that suits you when you're in the Quadranon, as there will be all sorts of opportunities to try different weapons out there, different styles. You should find something that fits you. You could purchase a weapon more fitting to you there. For now, simple, straightforward greatsword may fit you best.
Well, then I will take your recommendation. I have swapped weapons more times than I can count at this point, so I suppose another weapon I haven't used before. I'm used to spears.
Well then, one moment. He then reaches under the counter, takes out a long, swaddled package. Swaddled shape. He then, pinching 2 fingers, unwraps slowly, carefully, and reveals inside a a decorated claymore with the V-shaped handleguard sheathed in what looks to be fine leather. When he slides it out of the sheath, it's an impressively big weapon, and it fits your stature. For him, it looks about the size of maybe what he would wield as a long sword. For you, it's just right as a great sword. The hilt has a singular, what looks to be a flame agate, fire agate, embedded. Right where the crossguard meets the blade. The grip itself is engraved with swirling patterns. And there's something written at the very base of the blade, in the metal. Stamped.
Can I do? Is it like a arcane language, or is it something I could read?
You could read it if you know the language. What languages do you speak again?
Karya knows... Oh, he knows quite a lot. He knows Necral, Draconic, Abyssal, Dwarven, and Giant.
No, actually.
Oh.
You do not read. You cannot read it.
Can I see if I can try to read it?
Yeah, you can try. I guess Karya holds the blade up. Text on the blade.
Mm-hmm.
What do you speak?
Common, Orin, Elven, Draconic, Celestial.
It's an Elven. And the word itself is a very it's simple, but it is a single word. It is Shatterspike.
It says Shatterspike.
The smith nods. It's a it's got a bit of a legend to it. It's got a bit of a history. It involves a vampire tree. But what it's known for is breaking other people's weapons quite well. This was used by a fighter, or by a man at arms, and then eventually by a soldier of a holy order, to devastating effect, as even magical weapons were not immune to its effect. Also known to this specifically has a long storied history of rending through the weapons of its wielder's opponents. It's also very resistant to the same attempts. It's damn near unbreakable. The only thing that could improve it is if it was made out of adamantine, which is not. Yes, it is a weapon known for breaking even magical weapons. I think you come up against anything with an attitude problem and a weapon that's really bothering you, this could be the ticket.
Yes, I, truth be told, would have preferred not to take a life if I had the opportunity, so...
Oh, this is perfect. An unarmed enemy is a helpless enemy. Unless, of course, they're the type that can break rocks with their fist, but at that point, you're not really worrying about the weapon.
Yes, I actually have someone in, well, I suppose my court is what I would call it, that is doing just that, so yes.
Ooh. Oh. One person this weapon is against. Oh, well, that said, if you would like to purchase this, I would ask from you a paltry 4,000.
Corey will pick it up for a second and just kind of look it around and give it not a real swing. I go, well, I've never used a weapon like this before, but I suppose it's certainly something.
Like I said, you've tried all kinds of weapons. Perhaps this is another one to give a go.
I agree. I suppose you're correct. Yes, I suppose I can do that. I've just been paid.
Mm-hmm. Alternatively, I have a lucerne sitting in the back, but that's not magical.
No. I believe this will do me well to get used to it, get accustomed to it.
Okay, then. Well, then, if that is final, I would ask payment, and I will get this wrapped for you.
Yes, thank you. This is... I'm not used to shopping. Yes, of course, thank you. I will do just that, and I'll
leaning on one forearm on the table, sort of a dry smile as he takes the weapon back. Think nothing of it. Good. She sit back up, wraps it again, binds it with a set of silk rope, and takes your money, as you now are short of 4,000.
I can reduce that.
Shatter Spike, where like the sickles are +1 sickles of spell storing with an extra effect. This is a +1 greatsword with a +4 bonus to all disarm check. To all sunder checks, and a +4 bonus to resist sunder checks. It is a magical weapon, so normally it can't be sundered anyway, except by a weapon of +5 higher.
But this one can, is how he said it?
This one can sunder magical weapons up to +4. It also deals an additional 1d8 +4 plus strength to any. No, sorry. Right, no. When you strike an enemy weapon, it deals 2d6 +4 plus strength.
2d6 +4 plus strength. So it gets a +4 bonus to hit a weapon.
Basically, it gets a +4 bonus to the damage and to the sunder attempt.
Oh, okay, that's pretty solid. And the 1d8 is only for the
1d8 isn't the 1d8 isn't a thing. I mistook that was the damage die for the original.
Okay, I was like, whoa, where does that come from?
Yeah, no,
so
the 1d8 doesn't factor in. It's 2d6 +4 plus strength. Since you're wielding it two-handed, it's 1.5 strength.
Okay, I see. So I'll make this +4. Wow, a +4 weapon. I'll take that.
In a way, it's itself is a +1, The +4 damage is only when it's striking weapons.
Okay, there we go, yeah.
You could still destroy Jimothy's favorite sword, though.
Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, you have a great sword, which is a +4 is a +1 great sword. It gets a +4 bonus to sunder attempts, resisting sunder attempts, and dealing damage to enemy weapons.
Good. I will take that, mark that here. And I actually, because of that, only have to change the damage type here. There we go. Okay, I can make that work.
Mhm.
Perfect. Hey, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. There we go. I'm putting that in now, sorry.
Okay. The shopkeep waves you off and says, "Thank you for your business. Stay safe out there."
Yes, I believe I can now. And then as we're leaving, I'll kind of turn to Siren and go, is it normal for people to just drop off their weapons that they find great value with? Maybe I'm sentimental, I'm not sure. There we go. Siren died. Siren's busy.
Siren busy with the freebie?
Yeah.
Ah, as I see.
Understandable.
Okay. Last but not least, as we finish up the session, back at the bookstore. The owner, inviting you up into his parlor, up on the top floor. But not before fishing out a large book out of one of his shelves. Takes a seat in a plush lounge chair in front of a roaring fireplace. Picking a pipe off the coffee table. Puts it into his mouth, puffing on some sort of thing that creates a thin wisp of gray smoke. Cracks open the book on his lap as he leans back in the chair and gestures you two to join him in similar looking chairs to either side table.
Aiko graciously sits down in one of them, and then turns her attention to the big man.
Varg similarly sits down and, nods his head, bows a little bit, and then sits down.
He looks at the so you haven't actually purchased those books yet, have you?
Nope.
Haven't. But you do have them in hand. As he sort of puffs on his pipe a couple times, seemingly pondering his first words, before then pulling the pipe out of his mouth, saying, "Interesting reading material. Well, I will admit I'm quite the fan of the Rhodes. She was an exemplary scholar. Not quite my expertise, but I can appreciate an expert."
Quite so.
Question. Does I guess this is mostly towards Varg, I would presume. Do we know? Have you ever mentioned to us your master, your creator?
In passing, I believe Vark has.
Yeah.
He mentioned that he was looking for someone who unintentionally kind of died for him to exist, or he has to bring someone back.
Did he ever mention her by name?
He has not.
Okay. That's all.
The name was
I was wondering
dropped by Hieronymus before, but it was never outright said that was. Anyway, I've kind of been mentioned, but
anywho, I was just curious if I would
I don't know if,
react to the name.
Yeah, I don't know if Ivo was present. Anyway,
Probably not.
yes. He
Oh, sorry.
so pointing the mouthpiece at the book, it says, "Regardless, good taste, and further proving your vested interest in arcane arts." Let's see, puts up one of his feet onto an ottoman. "So, What are you in the market for? Are you simply after a couple of gigaws or spells, or are you looking for something permanent? Looking for tutorship? Are you looking for a new?
Well, at this point, I guess Aiko will. I presume at some point she's got some sort of one of those fancy schmancy belt book holders for on the waist.
Yeah.
Good cat. I want. Oh, okay. Saw my cat meowing her head off again.
Meow.
Resume that. She'll take the book off and kind of lay it on the table gently. Well, as of right now, what I'm more looking for is This may sound odd, but I'm a self-taught, and I came here looking for a spell. I came here self-taught, yada yada. At first, I wanted to come here looking for spells myself, so I can expand my repertoire because to create magical goods, you need to know a lot of spells. You need to know lots of magics to do that.
Yes, you need to have quite the spread of knowledge if you wish to have a diverse stock as a magic craftsman. That's all.
And I already know how to craft lots of weaponry, so I figured it'd be worth it to learn a few spells. However, listening to the words you say, if it wouldn't be too much to impose, I definitely wouldn't mind being taught a thing or two, because there's only so much one can learn by themselves.
Very true. Typically, arcane arts like this are not self-taught. We try to avoid that because it can lead to catastrophic misunderstandings on the inner workings, and once you've messed up your basics, it becomes very difficult to correct.
Oh dear. Oh
That's
boy.
a good thing you've sought out to. How long do you be here in Mordan?
Well, how long I'll be here? I truly don't know.
It'll be difficult to make a timetable. That's the case. I can, if you're looking to expand your repertoire. In the meantime, try and run you through some of the basics to help you make sure you got everything down solid. And if you should find yourself with more time, or perhaps sometime in the future, I am amenable to a few paid tutoring lessons.
I would absolutely adore that.
Excellent. If, as well, you would like to have access to my spell book and copy what spells you are able to recognize and recreate yourself, then I have a store of magical ink and paper. I would only require that you repay me, that if you choose to go for that.
Oh, I would very much appreciate that as well. As in me and my companions, looks to Vark. This is one of them. We recently got back from a big job from Stanislav, so he paid us well, and
You're hoping to spend that in an effective way.
The best way to be more useful is to invest into oneself.
Very good. I think that is a capital line. I like helping up and coming young maids. Speaking of which, are you familiar with the crafting of artificial life?
Well, actually, yes, I am. On our business trip, I happened across a what's it called? A grimoire of sorts.
Oh.
And would it be right to assume that I have it on me, considering the fact that today I knew I was going to a magic book. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I have it right here. Out of her. She pulls it from on her.
Yeah.
book holster. She pulls out and lays it on the table. The grimoire she mentioned, which is probably not a grimoire, but you know.
He takes it, pages through it, and he says, "Oh yes, this is a treatise on the basics of clay crafting and the creation of homunculi and such. This is a valuable tool. You were very lucky to happen across this. My. I will say, this won't cover everything, but it's good to see somebody taking interest in a valuable hobby. I asked this because I'd like your opinion on Elise downstairs."
A question. No. I would not have been able to assume that because no. Would not make sense. Whatever do you mean? On her downstairs. Piecing the words together. Hold on, piecing the words together for a second. She goes, "Oh, she's a construct?"
She is indeed. He smiles, pleased that you picked that up. She is one of my proudest creations. She is. Unfortunately, I still never managed to quite get her perfect. She's not truly alive. She's just simply very well programmed. But ever since I put her behind the counter, sales have shot through the roof.
Yes, that. I understand why. If you
A couple
I
of
understand
enchantment
that.
spells help with that as well.
Oh well, I was not sure. That does quite help a lot.
Helps to smooth the edges a bit, help people ignore the little inconsistencies with movement and such.
You see, what got me the most was I thought it was rather odd seeing such a young lass working here, but considering that this place is filled with vampires,
It would stick out, yes. But it seems that the vampires here, they're a very particular subset, simply adore it. I've had many a vampire lord and lady come here and sing the praises of young Elise downstairs. She's so sweet. She's a very dutiful very dutiful register worker, and I can't help but take some pride in that.
well, understanding that she's a homunculus construct, I completely understand why. It is a very impressive piece of work.
Thank you.
And if you haven't told me, I never would have known.
That is
I would have
the highest compliment you can pay me.
I'd have thought you your daughter or a relative of some kind.
Unfortunately, I've never quite had the time. That's it. We have time now. He will then turn to Vark and say, "You've been rather quiet, my friend. What are you looking for?"
Books.
Books? Indeed. Well then. Have you found the books you're looking for?
I believe so, yes. But perhaps you can help me find something that I might have missed.
I most certainly can do that. Anything for one more happy customer. And with that...
I found myself with a vested interest in what others would call the deep, the depth, and its underlying corruption.
Unfortunately, we don't have very much on that little anything that is... anything that is peer-reviewed or backed by demonstrable testimony. I'm very sorry to say we don't really carry anything much about it. What you saw at the shop front is pretty much everything you're going to get, because everything else is crackpot and baloney and hullabaloo. Not worth even entertaining.
Raise his eyebrow. What are you looking about deep for?
Even that illustrated book itself ranges on romance sometimes. But at the very least, it itself, I know to be verifiable and trustworthy in some cases because I've seen those same images circulating something they create. So there's some foundation in truth, unlike most of the books published on the deep. Some attributed to a shared madness for all those who observe it go insane eventually. At least those who understand it well enough. I think that's, at the very least, until otherwise proven, is simply more cover or a hoax or a overdrawn, blown out of proportion magical mishap going. I'm very sorry. I can't supply anything besides what you have written. You may find better luck with other bookstores, or perhaps speaking to some people. Quite a lot of old vampires in the city, and some of them may speak to you, and some of them may have insight.
Thank you very much.
Very sorry I couldn't help you more.
It is no problem.
Okay. Well then. I think that's what I'm going to call the session. For Pebby and, for Fue and for Sam, I'm going to, for your respective mentors, compile a spell list, which you can then pay the appropriate amount of money to copy things to your spell books, and then maybe do a little out of character roleplay for the actual interaction with said mentors.
Alrighty.
That's what I'm going to call the session today. I can feel myself kind of fading here and there.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and I don't blame for you, Fue, considering now both on the same time zone. Sully has already left half an hour ago. So I think for a very slow, very sedate session, it wasn't too bad. We got some important
was
shopping
good.
done.
We got to shop.
For smaller items in the future, things that are not inherently magical or not overly expensive, we can usually lay those out, no issue, just have them be bought. Magical items, things with a significant price tag, or things with a magical bonus, things like +1 weapons, +1 armor, anything like that. I like to roleplay out a little bit because, per fucking rules as written, every magic item has a story. At least I like them to have a story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I like to
Understandable.
roleplay that whole situation out. Anyway, before I start rambling, as I've already done a lot this session, thank you guys for playing.
Oh my god.
Thank you for the
Yes,
people who
thank
stuck around. My god.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It was fun. It was
Thank
a
you very
pleasure.
much.
It was.
Yes, thank
and
you.
and
Thank
yes, hopefully we'll be able to get back to the group working, going as a group, so that we don't have to worry about splitting the spotlight between 6
Everywhere.
different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's okay. I'll talk to
'cause
Stanislav.
it does kind of
out
kill the
character.
pace a little bit. I'd say that.
I'll talk to Stanislav in the roleplay
Yes,
channel so we can
and-
avoid
and-
it next session.
And people, please come to an agreement on where you want to go.
Yes. I'm of the
Yes.
understanding that I'm following Bark.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
that's where I'm going.
I was also under the understanding that we were going with Vark on his journey to the
Yeah.
Society Quadratica.
Although I might have a reason to stay behind now. Hee hee hee. Although, never separate the party. Hee hee hee.
There's other.
dragging-
There's magic
Me
teachers all
dragging
over the
Tiger by
place.
her tail.
You
yes.
stay
But
here
yeah,
to
this is
go
my
to-
this is my favorite one. He's my first one now.
I see.
He was my first, so he's not my favorite.
You
Yes.
always remember your first, but
Yeah, you
then
do.
you go to college.
Ah, yes. Magic college. Self-taught.
Magic
learners.
college.
Anyway, thank you, everybody. And yes, I'll get some good sleep, Celeste. Thank you for the self-care run. To the moon. To the moon.
Rest, my friend.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
And thank you to everybody. Later, guys.
Indeed. Goodbye, my
Good
friend.
night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
But
Ending the stream.